Wow, look at us all of a sudden. We're like the
Two in a row.
We're like the Supremes
Yes.
with the time. We're tight, baby. Tight. It's a Thursday morning of the Breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, how's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Get your Hawaiian shirts out. It's 16 degrees this morning.
Oh, boy.
Feels like 7. It feels a full 20 degrees warmer than it did yesterday morning.
And it still feels like 7.
Bro, no, yeah, it does, yes. But I walked out this morning, and it really felt tropical.
Okay.
No exaggeration. In fact, it felt so tropical, it completely threw everything off. Because I know I'm not the only one that's done this.
What's that?
I get in the car, right, out the door at 2:30. I'm in the car. I'm driving. I make it to Lehigh Station Road. I'm about to turn on the West Henrietta Road, and I realize I don't have my phone.
Oh, you got to go back.
I
That's
forgot
the
my phone.
worst.
Well, so here's the thing.
The worst.
Here's the thing. There is a point of demarcation where you decide you are too far.
All right, no turning back.
Yeah, to go back for your phone.
Mm-hmm.
And what I want to know from you guys is 252 WCMF. How far from your home do you have to be where you're no longer going back if you realize you don't have your phone? Kimmy, you.
It would have to be less than a mile.
Wait, over a mile, you're not going back?
No.
Well, you never use your phone anyway. In fact,
No,
I had to call her over the weekend. I had to call her husband to get her
Oh,
again.
Yes.
really? That's at my brother's. Like, my sister-in-law has answered the phone.
Yeah, like especially because, if I'm getting on 490 or something, I'm not turning around.
So once you hit highway,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
okay. All right, Tommy, how far for you?
I think it would have to be, if I'm still on the road, I'm going back. If I pull into the parking lot and realize it, that might be, I'm here.
So you have to already be at your destination.
But if I can whip the car around, I'm going back.
Okay. Because I was about 5 minutes away from my house, and I'm like, I'm
Oh,
sitting.
you're right home.
Well, I was sitting there. Well, we're a regimented group.
I know. My fear is, like, I don't want to wake up my wife. You probably don't want to wake up the family. And, like, right now, it's so cold. When I open up my garage in the morning, it sounds like it's screaming.
Yeah.
Why don't you get a little oil and put it up there?
I did the oil. It didn't work.
Didn't do that.
Yeah.
Oil didn't work. No
Said,
oil.
F this oil.
I'd also be afraid of waking up my neighbors too, like opening and closing my car door.
It's funny. I had none of that in my head this
No.
morning. Did not worry about any
Because I
of it.
figured people's homes are so buttoned up right now. They're not going to hear anything outside.
But in my house, we have one of
They
the,
all hear your garage door. Oh man,
Oh, yeah.
Tommy's opening that door again.
Yes.
Well, no, when I open my front door, too, it says, front door. That
Oh,
door is
yeah.
now open. So everyone's definitely waking up, and the dogs are going to freak out. So I'm sitting at the red light. I'm like, I'm 5 minutes away. I'm going back. So
Well,
I go,
you got to with the kids and stuff. Yeah.
I could have just had Kimmy text my wife and say, hey, he doesn't have his phone.
True.
Email him until, noon, right? Hey, Kimmy, call my wife and tell her that I do not have my phone today. Thank you. So, yeah, I went back for it. But it made me feel like kind of not a bad person, a slave, mad.
Yeah.
Well, you are, though.
I don't
Like you didn't even want to give it a try.
Yeah.
To do without it.
Well,
I
'cause
mean, we are a slave to these things.
But here's the thing. Yes, I have my phone, and I'm glad I have my phone. And you're right. Being in contact with my family, my
Yeah.
kids at school,
Yeah.
all this stuff, all of this is very important. But I could have easily made it until noon.
No, you wouldn't easily make it because it would always be on your mind.
Yeah, you're right.
That's the thing. It would just F your whole day up.
Okay, when I say easily, I guess there is no function my phone serves outside of an emergency.
Yeah.
And even in an emergency, until I walk out the door and start driving home, my wife does have a way to get a hold of me. She's got Kimmy's
Right.
phone number. She
True.
could email me
Right.
here. Right?
Yeah. Email. You got you can message on Google and stuff. I'm also the only reason for me, the only time I guess you would really be a slave to your phone is when you're in your car. Because if something happens, like a car breaks down or something, and you are really stranded because personally, I only know 2 numbers by heart.
Okay.
So even if somebody let me borrow their phone, there's only 2 people that I would know to call and hope they answer.
But your husband's one of them.
My husband, yeah, but if he's working, or my husband and my mom are the 2 numbers that I've memorized. But yeah, I think that's the main reason I would turn around is just to have my phone while I'm driving.
Have you memorized your wife's phone number yet?
Kind of.
Oh, my God.
Not under pressure.
Oh, my God.
If you give me time, I can get there. But
Dial a few
under
numbers
pressure,
first.
Like if I had to pick up a prescription for or something like that, and they start asking you pertinent, I always panic with those things for some reason.
I do the same with the
I
birthdays.
choke up.
With the birthdays.
Yeah.
I never get my daughter's birthdays right, and I know them. Any other moment, I can tell you my daughter's
But
birthdays.
just for something, when you go up to the pharmacy, I'm under a lot. There's no pressure, but I feel it.
I know
Yeah.
what you mean. And they always
You
give
don't
me
want
that.
to look suspicious either for some reason.
Well, I'll mix up
I
my
swear I know this person that I'm
Yes.
picking it up for.
I'll mix up my two girls' birthdays, like dates and whatever, and she'll be like, "That's not it," and I'll go, "Oh my god," and I'll give her the right
Right.
one. And I always, if it's a woman, I always get the look of judgment, like, "Yeah, I know your daughter's."
What are you up
Right
to?
there. Well, 252 WCMF 252-9263. How far do you have to be without your phone before you go back home for it? Because there was a guy that I worked with years ago
Yeah.
who will remain nameless. He lives probably 30, 35 minutes away from where we work.
God damn.
He got into where we were working, was here for 5 minutes,
Yeah.
realized he didn't have his phone,
And
went back.
Yeah,
Oh man, no,
Drove
yeah. at that
all the way
point,
home,
it's-
that's
went
an
got it.
hour.
Cause.
That's an hour round
Yeah.
trip.
Yes.
For your
Yeah.
phone.
And, like, it was
your
one-
morning is shot.
And it was one of those things like work starts in 40 minutes. You're going to be late. He did not care, went and got his
Yeah.
phone.
Unless you need it for work,
Didn't
I
need it.
can't. Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah, that guy did not
did
do it.
not
Yeah.
need
No,
that phone.
no,
Doop,
Nope,
doop,
nope,
doop, 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 doop. But like I felt like that guy when I was turning around, because for years I've thought like that was the weirdest thing ever, and I'm driving back like, oh well, I'm that guy now. I guess.
Yeah.
And now I feel like I need to go over the top to use my phone because I lost 10 minutes this morning going back to get it.
All right, so you got to justify.
I guess, but like I'm out of things to do. Like we almost listened to another radio show this morning
Yeah.
because I wanted to actually justify using my phone. And it also, as I'm driving to work with my phone now, big old, and you're right, the relief I had when I went back, had it in my hand, and started driving away was like a boulder was off my shoulders, right? But like if you had to go a week
Yeah.
with no cell phone, and everyone in your family was aware you did not have a cell phone, would it be easier to disconnect after that week was over, or would you be sprinting back towards your phone?
Oh, I'd be running back to that phone.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. I'm too addicted to it.
Okay.
And I have a very addictive personality.
Yeah.
So that phone, like, would be living rent-free in my head the entire 7 days. That's all I'd be thinking about.
I mean, there would have to be a point after like day 2, day 3, because like, okay, there are people that'll go to like remote places to vacation,
Yeah.
right? Like cabins where the phone
Yeah.
can't even use it,
Yeah.
so you're not touching.
Guys that fish like to go up to Canada and do all that crap.
Yeah.
Mosquito Bay. Catch the big one.
Like how many days in would your brain start to just stop thinking
Yeah,
about
maybe
your
you
phone?
find
wouldn't.
other things.
Because I know I have a very addictive personality.
Okay.
So, like, when I decide, like, let's say I'm not going to drink for a couple days, I might as well, I'm going to think about alcohol the entire time that I'm not drinking.
Okay.
So even though I'm not drinking, that bottle is in my head the entire time. It's the same thing with food. It's just, I'm an addict.
Yeah, because I guess there's really
I
nothing
got
you
the
can.
shakes, man.
I love how you. Like, I'm sorry, Kimmy.
Yeah.
I'm helpless. What can I do?
I am.
I
just-
throw myself upon the mercy.
I'm a very weak-minded person.
No, I agree with that.
And with the phone too, there's nothing similar you can replace it with. You know, like I'm trying to think of like an activity you could do
Those activities suck.
that would give you that same satisfaction. And
Take a
there's just-
walk.
Well, no, I mean, like if you're at work, you would have internet connection, so
Yeah.
you could go ahead and look
Yeah.
through like headlines on like
Yeah, you
rag.
could still use
Not the
social media.
same.
Right? I mean, it is exactly the same. It's just a bigger version of it. And like, you know, when it comes to like keeping in contact with people, if you work with folks, you could have a conversation. I don't mean to sound like, you know, boomer man, like yelling about kids with phones, but I think you're overestimating how hard it would be after just a little while. I mean, yes, you're right. You would go for your phone like you were going for a gun in the Old West every
Yes.
once in a while, and it wouldn't be there. So here's why I think you might be overestimating the pull of the phone when it's not there.
All right.
So they did a study a couple of years ago.
Mm.
And tell me if this rings true to you. Have you guys ever had a dream where your cell phone is in it?
My cell phone's in it?
Have you ever had a dream where you were holding or using your cell phone?
I mean, probably because it's so common now.
The study found no.
Really?
That they had people go to sleep, and the ones that dreamt, they immediately woke up and analyzed the dreams that they had. And not a single person that they were able to
Wow.
record the dreams of ever had any recollection of using their cell phone in their dreams.
So what do they concur?
Well, that it's not in your subconscious.
Oh.
Like there is no subconscious draw to the phone. It's something else that's drawing us
So
to
it's
be
just a
compulsive.
habit?
I guess.
It's a learned behavior?
Well,
like you
think-
teach a dog?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there is a Pavlov's dog feeling to it, right? Like, I don't know what the answer to that is. I'm not smart enough. But the fact that we'll dream
Yeah, that
about
is weird.
the anxieties of being late for school
Yeah.
in our
Yeah,
adulthood.
because I've had dreams where I've been on a computer. You know, you would think if a computer or something at work, some type of technology at work is in your dream, how is a cell phone not in there?
No, I agree with you. It's the strangest thing. But then I thought about it after I read this study, and I was like, I've
All right,
never had a dream about
I
a cell
gotta
phone
think about
either.
it next time.
And I don't know, like, there's this idea that cutting things out of your life makes you a better person. And I don't entirely subscribe to that. You know, they say everything in moderation.
Yeah.
And I understand that phones are way past moderation now for almost everybody.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you would have to be healthier mentally if you were able to
cut it out?
well, not cut it out completely, but pull back on how much we use our phones.
Yeah, but wouldn't you just but that energy's got to go someplace. So wouldn't you just replace that with another habit? You know what I mean?
I mean, how bad is that habit compared to the habit we have with our phones?
I don't know. Because, like alcoholics had to replace that alcohol Jones with something else.
Yeah, they start smoking, they become sex addicts.
They
Yeah,
become Christian. They go to AA. Like my buddy's like a full blown AA Christian now.
smoking, sex, or Christian.
It's kind of
One of my favorite ZZ Top albums.
Yeah, and coffee.
Okay,
You
that's
know?
yeah.
I mean, he's a coffee chugging Christian. Put that on a country album.
One of my favorite Ribs Arkansas songs. No, I get what you're saying, but I mean, is it that kind of addiction? Because, like, you know.
Oh yeah.
But alcohol has a legitimate physical pull, right?
Right.
There is something in your brain that
You have
in your
a physical
body.
reaction
Well,
to
it gives
it.
you a satisfaction or something.
Oh, past that. I mean, look, you know that there are people that can drink so much if they stop drinking, they'll die from detox.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
right.
you know, smoking cigarettes, that nicotine is a legitimate physical
It's that
pull.
fix.
The phone, although you're just being blasted with, you know, good feelings, what do they call that in your brain?
Euphoria.
Euphoria.
Endorphins.
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
I mean, there isn't like you're not smoking your phone, right?
Right.
You're not going to start shaking if you don't have your phone.
But you want to replace that energy with something.
Okay.
And I think that might just be as bad.
You know what's funny?
What's that?
As you know, this whole conversation comes from me realizing I forgot my phone 5 minutes away from my house this morning, making the decision to go back and feeling like a bitch because I could have made it till noon without my phone. Being on social media as much as we are and being connected to the world as much as we are
Yeah.
cannot be good for our mental health. Cannot be good.
Well, yeah, probably.
But I don't think we're ever going to really know how bad it's been for us because we're only going to become more connected as time goes on. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, if you use cigarettes as an example, right? Everybody smoked for a while, so there was no way to know how bad it was. And as we started seeing things pull back with it, you started to understand person who smoked their whole life, person who didn't smoke their whole life.
Correlation.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Same thing with alcohol. Same thing with different drugs. But there's no way we're going to turn away from this technology. Maybe it's not in this form, but we're still going to have it. Social
Still be
media.
connected.
Yeah, instant information.
But, they said that about every technology when it showed up because when TV came out, it was the boob tube.
Okay.
It was going to be the ruin of America. Everybody's just going to watch TV. We're going to be a bunch of zombies. It didn't happen.
Ha!
It didn't.
Didn't?
No.
We're talking.
We watched a solid 8 hours a day, and then we went about our business. I think it's overblown.
Okay.
I think the human body makes the adjustments
Okay.
so it can move forward.
Okay.
Put that on a T-shirt.
That's way too much to put on a T-shirt.
And I forgot what I just said.
Okay, great. I don't know, man. Like, I'm not trying to sound like doom and gloom guy. And you know, I'm normally not conspiracy theory, like, oh, the world's coming to an end guy. But like, I'm not any better than anybody else. I use my phone just as much as everyone. But I know it's bad for me. I
Yeah, but
know.
do you think you're any more depressed because of the phone?
Well,
I mean,
yeah. Because like he said,
yeah, like hear the way she said it. How depressing was that?
Yeah, pretty
because have you ever just been busy with something where you didn't have your phone for a while, or like you said, you don't have service for a little while, and it's kind of nice to not know for at least, even if it's just like a few hours, what's going on in the world
but
and
here's-
how people are reacting to it.
But here's the thing. I do get excited after that, like 4 hours when I realize, like, I haven't looked at my phone. Like, ooh, I'm going to get all the information at once. Shoot it right into my face.
Yeah, gonna get all cut up.
All the sports scores and trades right there. Right there. Like, I think one of my favorite parts of the day is, because we're up so early, we'll nap in the middle of the day. I'll close my eyes for an hour and a half.
You do miss a lot of stuff sometimes.
Because it's all in the middle of the day when
Yeah.
news is happening, right? I'll roll over and be like, ooh, what's going on now? Ooh, ooh, ooh,
Yeah.
ooh, 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 ooh.
Same thing when you wake up in the morning and you want to know what's been going on overnight.
Yeah, that's the point
See,
I'm
that's
making.
weird.
So
I don't look
that's
forward
I
to
think
that.
I think that happens all day.
Okay.
I think it happens to you in the morning. I think it happens to you after your nap. It probably happens to you after you're done with the kids. I think that happens all day long.
I don't think that I have the same feeling of I it's more dread for me. Like I'm curious enough that I need to see what's
Oh.
going on, but at the same time, like I automatically assume it's not going to be good.
Okay.
I have the
Yeah.
assumption
That's fair.
that like
Yeah.
something bad happened
That's
or
fair.
what terrible thing did I miss in the last few hours?
Yeah, I get where you're coming from that. But that doom scrolling is what'll kill you. Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Okay, but you have no soul. Like Kimmy and I.
I
Actually,
mean, Doom's been going on since day one of this earth.
I
Day
understand.
one doom.
He's not wrong. There's always been doom, but
Yes.
you didn't have the ability to look at nothing but
Right.
doom nonstop.
Yeah, I like that channel.
That's weird. You're a weird person.
I'm the only guy supporting it.
You're like human doom. We got a dynamite human doom kind of breaker for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, bitching it out with Doom.
Great job.
Sure.
We got your bitch, all the bitch voices all week long. We roll them out for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater here on CMF. Also, just after 7 o'clock, this seems like something you would only do with people closest to you.
Oh,
And-
like
No, not sex.
I was
Listen.
just doing the finger thing.
Okay, well, what else could that
I'm
be?
pointing over there.
Were
Like
you-
those
you
those
DJ?
people over there. See those people over there?
Yeah.
Not these people. Those people
There's no
over there.
people over there.
People right there.
Yeah, okay, stop using your fingers.
None of these people.
And even with your closest friends and family, this would be difficult.
Oh.
So to reach out to a complete stranger and ask if they would like to do this with you for 14 hours straight.
What is 14 hours straight?
Well, I'm going to tell you, and we'll get into it
Ugh.
just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
Bills, Kansas City, Sunday, 6:30, game of the century.
Number one, baby.
Yep, but the Bills had to overcome Baltimore to get there.
Mhm.
And in overcoming Baltimore, one man on the opposite side had what might have been the worst day of his life.
Oh, yeah.
Bills fans, as we do, decided to step up and show this guy, hey, man, we're here for it.
Nice.
And it's a very nice gesture. We're going to recap how much money has been raised for this charity. It is amazing. But in this specific case, maybe the good that Bills fans think they're doing
yeah.
is not actually good for the man they're doing it for.
The actual guy.
Yeah, and we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see about Okay, the heart's in the right place.
Okay.
Hearts are in the right place.
Well, good.
And Bills fans are known for doing this. In fact, we have a reputation countrywide of being these kind people that want to lift folks up during terrible, terrible times. However, in this very unique circumstance, I would make the argument, even though, again, heart in the right place,
Yeah.
this may have been the worst thing we could have done.
Oh, but you were trying to do something nice.
We were.
And you're giving things.
We are. Not great for this guy, though. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. There are things that we all know we can do that will get us arrested.
Oh, yeah. The standards.
In this story we're going to share with you, if the allegations are true, you're going to get arrested for this. But the fact that these kinds of stories keep happening, would lead us to believe that sometimes, maybe the majority of the time, nobody calls the police.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So Bills, Chiefs, 6:30, biggest game of all time, Sunday night. We all know. By the way, if you want to watch the game,
Watch it.
you can go hang out with the coolest chick this side of the Genesee,
Who's that?
Kimmy.
Oh, Lady K?
Yep, she'll be watching the AFC Championship game at Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li. Delicious food, fantastic drink, the biggest game of your life.
Oh, yeah.
Fabulous prizes.
That's right. Go hang out with Kimmy at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li Sunday for the AFC Championship game on CMF. And the Bills are in this AFC Championship game thanks to the win over Baltimore. The moment of moments that had everyone's starfish puckered, that 2-point conversion try. And Ravens tight end Mark Andrews drops that ball, leads to an easy onside kick recovery, and here we are. Not a great night for him.
No.
He had a fumble that led to more Bills points. He dropped a few balls, and then he has that play. And the next day, a young man who was at the game, a Canisius College student, got online and started seeing all of the horrible things that people were saying about Mark Andrews.
Oh.
This Canisius College student, a diehard Bills fan. What he was reading bothered him.
Oh, what a nice young man.
And he decided to do something about it. He started a GoFundMe to raise money for a diabetes charity that Mark Andrews is attached to.
Well, all right.
And his initial goal was to raise $5,000 as kind of a, hey, Mark, really sorry what you're going through. This is for you.
Yeah.
Well, as of last night,
How much?
over $80,000.
Damn.
Yes. And here's the thing, man. This charity that helps folks with type 1 diabetes is going to get a windfall of cash they did not expect.
No more diabetes. Done.
It's a great thing. And it shows again how much good Bills fans do.
Oh, the generosity.
But there is a darker side to this that is magnified this week specifically.
What's the dark?
Mark Andrews, the Raven who dropped that ball, is one of the best tight ends in the NFL.
Yeah.
Tommy, he doesn't drop balls.
No.
And that fumble that he gave up was the first fumble he's had in 5 years.
Oh, my God.
And those mistakes that happened to him in the most important game of the year on a national stage, he took it hard.
Yeah.
He
They
didn't-
negate everything you've done to that point.
Oh, sure.
In the minds of the fans,
Yeah.
yes.
It doesn't matter, right?
And probably in your mind, too. I mean, who cares how much good you've done when you are the face of why your team lost? I mean, technically, he's not the face of why his team lost, but that's probably how he sees it in that moment.
So NFL Films had Lamar Jackson mic'd up, and the video just came out yesterday.
Wait, in the moment?
In the moment and on the sideline afterwards. And they have video of Mark Andrews. He's sitting on the bench by himself, and he's kicking the bench. He's devastated. And Lamar is trying to tell him, hey, man, it's not you. We're a
He
team.
didn't go over and kick him?
After the game,
Yeah.
the tight end, Mark Andrews, did not talk to the media. The day after, he did not show up for locker clean-out in Baltimore to have to face the media again. He's getting death threats online. It's
my
bad.
God.
It's bad.
Death threats.
And as wonderful as this gesture is by Bills Mafia, every time another 10 grand has been added to the total of this GoFundMe, there's another national story about it, which brings up, again, why Bills fans are raising money for Mark Andrews.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the man will eventually be appreciative.
Right.
But if I'm Mark Andrews, please stop doing this so people will stop
'Cause your
talking
face
about what.
is the-
Every
is the-
time!
the
So you keep it-
headline and
Yeah.
You're keeping the story in the news. You're right.
Yeah.
Yes. Like, I mean, Tommy, news moves so fast now that had this not happened, yes, I'm sure there are still Baltimore fans that would be salty, but we would have moved on to the next game. But along with the headlines of the AFC and NFC championship games of the NFL, this story keeps popping up.
Yeah.
Well, and the longer it goes to, the more criticism comes his way if he's not addressing it. Because we kind of saw this with Tyler Bass a little bit last year.
Yep.
When people started raising money for it was like the cat rescue.
Yep.
And they kept going, have you heard from Tyler Bass yet? And they're like, no, he hasn't reached out yet. And then people are like, why hasn't he said anything? Like, it puts the pressure on that player to, make a statement or be seen when maybe they're still dealing with what happened and they just want to be left alone.
I agree
so
with you.
no good deed goes unpunished.
Well, but
and this is exactly what this is.
Well, but here's the thing.
And you're punishing the poor kid that started this thing because now he probably feels like crap.
It's good intentions, but yeah.
He's probably hearing it now. And this poor kid who dropped the ball, so two people are being devastated now. And for two different reasons.
But your heart's in the good
Yeah.
place.
It is.
I don't blame the kid from Canisius for doing it.
Yeah.
But he never saw this coming. He didn't think it through, and he's a kid.
And I'm sure that I would guess a lot of these guys, once it's all said and done and some time passes, they're very grateful for the
It's got to be,
gesture. But I think that we just have these expectations of like things, like you said, moving so fast that it's like we want them to immediately be over it and be grateful and show their appreciation.
To your point, it's Thursday.
Yeah.
This happened Sunday.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
like the guy deserves time in his own mind to reckon with.
He's not going to get any of it because Sunday they're going to show that play.
Yeah.
Over. This is why the Bills, this sealed the fate of Baltimore. It's going to be that Bill Buckner moment for the Red Sox.
Oh, I'll go further than that.
That puts them in and knocks you out.
I'll go further than that.
There's nothing further than Bill Buckner.
Without question, there will be a heartfelt piece on CBS before the game about how Bills Mafia raised this money for Mark Andrews.
Sure, yeah.
Without question.
Yeah, the feel-good moment.
Exactly. So even if showing that clip over and over again, it is what it is. He's going to have to live with it. But there will be an in-depth 10-minute piece where, again, it's going to be him and what happened all over it. And this situation with the Bills Mafia fundraising is super unique because, again, we're talking about Bills Mafia raising over now $80,000 to give to the charity that Mark Andrews, the tight end for the Ravens who dropped that 2-point conversion, is associated with, a type 1 diabetes charity. And heart is in the right place.
Yeah.
Wonderful. But this poor guy, every time $10,000 more shows up, it shows back up in the national news again. And it's just a constant reminder of what happened. We raised money as Bills fans for Andy Dalton's charity when he helped the Bills break the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, the Red Menace.
Yep. Hall of Famer, from what I hear, yeah. And that was a happy one. He actually came back to Buffalo the next year in a preseason game and thanked everybody on the field.
Yeah.
We did it for Tua Tagovailoa when he got his ridiculous concussion, and he was very gracious because good was coming from this terrible thing. We did it for Tre'Davious White when he was released as a thank you for all you've done to this franchise. Most of the fundraisers we've done as Bills fans have been either thank you for what you did for us or feel better for this terrible thing that happened.
Yeah.
The only donation windfall that came from a play that someone would want to forget, other than this, is the one you touched on, Kimmy.
Which is?
The Tyler Bass playoff field goal.
All right.
Yeah.
But even there, he's one of ours.
Right.
So you could look at it as we're wrapping our arms around you. We still love you. Don't do anything crazy.
Yeah.
This one is a team that benefited from the mistake by Andrews.
Well, you ended the season.
Yeah.
And that also kind of has to be a mind F for the tight end. Because if I'm Mark Andrews, I wouldn't want opposing fans to be happy with me. Like, think about this.
Yeah.
I'm sure walking into that stadium and warming up, Mark Andrews' fantasy before that game was he was going to do something to make him a Bills villain, a villain, if you will, for the rest of history.
Well, he was in the position to do it.
He was. He was going to be that guy.
Right.
And now you're not. And they appreciate you, and it must hurt. But at the same time, you can't be mad at it because it's borderline psychological warfare.
All right, so let's say Baltimore comes back. Let's say we play him next year.
Yeah.
I don't know if we are or not.
Yeah, no, we do.
All right, so
At
let's
home,
say,
actually, yeah.
All right, so let's say he's still on the team, and they're gonna say stuff to him. They might clap for the guy,
And he's going to have to say thank you.
right? But does he?
I mean, yes. You do again, a year later.
Do that half-ass wave.
After some time, I think these guys handle it pretty well, just in the moment.
Yeah, 'cause,
you
like-
got to process it all.
I mean, you talk about, I know that
Well, he's a kid, though. I mean, he's not a. I mean, you look at these guys as like mature men, but they're really just kids.
I think that the NFL PR machine is so powerful.
Yeah.
Even if he didn't want to, someone would get a hold
Oh,
of
I
him.
understand that, but like,
And he's going to be asked about it
Yeah.
over and over again.
oh, sure.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, maybe even 6 months from now.
I kind of want him to be a dick about it
Why?
because that would be a more interesting
Yeah,
story.
but then you're a dick to the charity you can't be. I just don't see a way
that's
you could
even better.
spin it where
Like, I
you're
think Brian
dick.
Cox that thing coming out of the tunnel.
Thanks for the
Double-
$8,000, losers.
Double birds. I got all his money.
Oh, he's from Jersey. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe. How are you, buddy?
Duffy, go Bills!
Go, Bills.
So, Duff, I was online checking some of these comments out about these donations. And to tell you what a bunch of losers these Baltimore fans are, a guy with a handle, if you will, named Marky Mac. So that should tell you something about this guy already. Gets on there and says, I'd rather my kids still have diabetes than take a donation from a Bills fan.
Hey, that's a fan, though.
Wow.
That's a guy committed to Baltimore.
I mean, you're always going to have dick fans. Dick fans exist in every fan base.
This is
you know
true.
what I mean? And they're usually the loudest ones.
And maybe
so
he
I can't be like, oh, that's only Ravens fans.
I don't
'cause
mind my kid having diabetes.
I'm sure Bills fans are, they're out there. They're just as bad. Listen to the phone
Listen,
calls after the game.
Yeah, good point.
I don't care if the KKK makes a donation. If my kid can be cured, man, I'm taking the cash. That's my kid.
No, yeah. Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. Go, Bills. Yeah, you're good, Joe.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Too far both ways, I think.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
both ways. Yeah, you know. All right, let's
Didn't see it going that way. Nope.
take a break.
All right.
You were going to get arrested for this. You would think you're going to get arrested for this.
But it sounds like you could also slide.
Well, that's just it. You wouldn't slide based on like an argument as to why you did it. Like if the allegations are true, you're arrested.
All
But the
right.
fact that these things keep happening, Tommy, leads me to believe that even though you should be arrested, you're not being arrested because nobody's saying anything.
Okay.
And I'll explain next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are plenty of things we all know
Yeah, what's up?
that if we do them,
Yeah.
you're going to get arrested.
No.
This story, it's a no-doubter.
Mm.
Yet, again and again, Tommy, we see stories like this. So it leaves us with two reasons why this could have happened.
What's that?
A, the passion was too much for this person to handle.
Okay.
Or B, there are times where, despite the scene, police won't get called.
Oh.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. Also, with this Bills-Chiefs game on Sunday, Bills Mafia travels well. And there are a whole bunch of people, like me, that will be traveling to Kansas City on Sunday.
Ooh.
And I know this because I've heard from a bunch of people.
Oh.
In fact, several different guys that don't know each other have reached out to me with this one specific odd request.
Oh.
Because doing this with someone you know and love would be taxing. To do it with a complete stranger.
What are you going to do?
I'll tell you. Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, you want to take a trip?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go out to Seneca Falls.
Oh, nice area.
Well, that's where we find a 35-year-old woman who is in some serious crap. Authorities say they were called after this woman became involved in a verbal argument with another person. But police say it didn't stay verbal.
Oh.
Authorities say the woman began throwing several objects at the windshield of the person they were arguing with.
So she outside the car, person inside the car, you whipping.
That's what I'm
right.
gathering here. And because she threw things at the windshield, it shattered.
Oh.
Shattered the windshield,
So
throwing.
these weren't snowballs.
Doesn't
All
sound like it.
All right.
So she was arrested.
Shattered it?
Shattered the windshield.
You know what it takes to shatter a windshield? You
More-
ain't messing, bro.
Right, I mean, she's very strong.
Yeah, you throwing some weight.
So here's the thing, man.
What?
It's not good for her because she's been charged with felony criminal mischief. A felony.
Oh, I thought you get like assault charges.
Well, I mean, you can't assault a car, man.
No, but the glass is getting in my face.
Unless the person wasn't in the car.
you glassed my face.
You glassed up my face.
Face.
So the altercation is being described as a domestic incident, meaning it's someone that she knows well,
Okay.
partner, family member. Like, Tommy, this isn't an argument.
Yeah, this is personal.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So, Tommy, everyone knows that if you damage someone's property like this, you can be arrested
Oh, yeah.
and you'll be in serious trouble.
Ask Richard Pryor.
Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
Yeah, the comedian.
Only because we talk about
Yeah.
Okay.
But he also shut up his car, his wife's car, so she wouldn't leave.
Yet, despite the fact that we all know you can get arrested for this,
Mm-hmm.
Tommy, we don't go a week without seeing 2 to 3 stories exactly like
yeah,
this
true.
in our area.
Little hot-headedness.
And I think it's time we get to the bottom of why.
Oh, really?
The way I see it,
Mhm.
there are 2 reasons why folks like this would take this risk. One, the passion of whatever fight is happening overrides the reason in your brain
Oh.
that
Oh,
would
yeah.
stop you from doing it.
You got to get blinded.
Yeah, you don't care in the moment, whatever happens, right? I just want to get my point across.
Yeah, you're flipping out.
Okay, so that's one possibility. Or
Mm-hmm.
the people damaging property and freaking out know that the cops could be called on them. But while this is happening, the relationship they have with that person they're fighting with makes them think that no matter what they do, they're not going to call the cops.
Okay.
And it does feel like the second one might be the most logical.
That they're going to give you a pass on it.
Yeah.
With the cops.
Yeah, sure, I shattered your windshield, but we've been together.
family.
Yeah, come on. You're my mom. We've been together for 3 years. in a
Insurance will
relationship.
cover it.
You're going to call the authorities?
I'll pick the glass out of your eye.
And maybe you've tested the limits before.
Oh, you know, this is not the first
yeah.
rodeo.
So
with
like
this.
you know, nothing happened with the other stuff
Yeah.
I did. So
Here's what I'm dying to know.
What's up?
How much does stuff like this happen where no one ever calls the authorities?
In with a
Families.
domestic?
When it comes to domestic and stuff
Oh,
being broken.
I bet you don't see. I bet you 90% of it you never hear about.
that high.
Oh yeah, because you know it's on you too. You know it's family, it's kids. There's
Depending
threads
on-
there. Like
Okay.
this isn't a stranger, so you may pump the brakes on the cops because you don't want to make this worse.
Then a shattered windshield.
depending on the cost
Yeah, I could-
of whatever is broken.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to lock up your kid, your aunt, your mom?
You're gonna call the cops for punching a hole in the wall.
Okay.
Is that, I don't know. Is that worth it to some people, or is it just let's just patch this up and move on?
All right, maybe we can get a sense here. To the folks that are listening right now, and you can change your name.
Yeah.
Nobody knows who you are. If you are, if it's a touchy
Yeah.
subject. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What was the most expensive damage, an item, that you've been the victim of where you just ate it and didn't involve
you
the
move
cops.
on,
Yeah,
yeah.
right? We're just going to let this happen and move on. Because, Tommy, that is a strange idea. And I get what you just said, and that history and feelings can complicate things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking of the domestic violence that happened in my family multiple times before anything was ever done. And then multiple stories from multiple people in my family.
Okay.
And I never think of my family as a violent family.
But things got broken.
But I've got stories as I start to think about it where, yeah, you should have called the cops on that.
Sure. And, I mean, to the point you're making, if you're with someone who has it in them to smash your windshield, break your TV, shatter your cell phone, in that moment, you do have to be at least a little bit scared.
Oh, sure.
And maybe it's not scared they can hurt you, but scared of the side of this person that you're seeing.
Yeah, the ugliness.
Exactly. Because if they showed that side all the time, you wouldn't be with them. You would avoid them. You would not be in a relationship with them. And past that, to the point you made a second ago, both of you guys, this stuff rarely happens once.
No.
You'd also have to be aware that at some point the odds are pretty good that you'd be dealing with something like this again.
Yeah, the monster's going to take its
Yeah,
mask
like-
off again.
Look
Monster's
at you.
gonna take its mask off. Monsters and masks. Faces of the stranger. We love to try them on.
Yeah, like somebody who takes out their anger on physical objects. Like I think that
I had
that's
a
just
buddy
the
did
way
that.
that they handle things.
Yeah.
You
they
know,
did.
like it's just
It
something
was their
that
norm.
they do. Yeah,
We had a guy that beat up some walls,
yeah.
and after a while, he would talk about it like, yeah. Had to hit that wall last night.
You know, it's
And
funny.
I always said he was hitting a wall like drinking. He was actually hitting a wall.
Okay.
You know, it's interesting you say that to the point of like where your mind can be warped. Because as we're having this conversation and you're describing that, it's a much different feeling now
Oh, sure.
than I had when I heard it the first time like 20 years ago.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because, yeah, at the time you're like, yeah, that's just what he does. And now it's like, well, okay.
It becomes their normal. And with domestic violence, like when I've seen it in my own family, and something I didn't realize was going on at the time till I witnessed it. Like everybody went into a role when it happened.
What do you mean?
Like I didn't see like with some of my family, like the father went into his role, the mother went into her role, the daughter went into her role of denial, like how they handled it.
Okay.
Like they kind of like flipped it. Oh, my role now is to do this.
Gotcha.
And my role is to do this, and I'm going to go over here now. Like they scattered and did like these things that I did not know they did. Like they came completely different people in front of my eyes.
That's a
Interesting.
really interesting take.
Because that's how they cope.
And I get it.
Instead of calling the cops.
It makes perfect sense.
And the cops should have been called.
Sure. But along those lines, 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this story happened out in Seneca Falls. A 35-year-old woman was arrested after during a verbal altercation in a domestic incident. Authorities say she began throwing several objects at the windshield of the person she was arguing with. It shattered the windshield. She's been arrested, charged with felony criminal mischief. And we're having a discussion about, look, you know you're going to get arrested for this.
Yeah.
Is it the passion overriding reason in your brain, or is it the belief that you have a relationship with this person that's so tight that they're not going to call the cops?
I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, one of the most expensive things that I know multiple people have destroyed in an argument, never got the cops called, cell phone.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Cell phone number one.
sure. And those things, they cost thousands and
Oh,
thousands
yeah.
of dollars.
Oh, yeah. It's not going to be cheap to replace that. But I think to your
And you
point,
can't even text me you're sorry.
but I
No.
think to your point, people don't call the cops because let's say it's, she or he is accusing you of cheating. You feel like,
Why are you
I know,
laughing?
you
'Cause-
feel like, well, I guess we were both involved here, so we better not call the cops. You know what I mean? It's not that that person feels like they deserved it, but they feel like they caused it, which would cause somebody to maybe not call the cops.
Okay.
The amount of dudes that got busted and now have a actual battle scar from a cell phone from their old lady. And we know guys,
Yeah.
to this day, you can see the mark.
But here's the thing: nothing justifies violence. Look, I'm not. You know how I feel about
but,
guys that cheat.
But, like, sometimes, people walk in on some stuff completely unexpected. And you, like, to your point, you think they're going to be cool, but you don't know how people are going to react when they see this.
I get you.
Like, your whole world just got blown up in an instant.
Going back to that point you made about taking on roles when you
Yeah.
witness something like this happen, right? Like, people cope with the X, Y, Z and everyone in the
Yeah.
house. I get where that comes from, except in the case of, like, damage to property. Because you can all go in your three separate roles and try and ignore what happened and move forward. But if that TV is shattered or the windshield has a hole in it,
Yeah.
right? there is that constant reminder. It's impossible to move on from.
Things have to be dealt with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? Like until that thing is fixed, every time you look at that shattered television, broken window, hole in the wall, shattered windshield, it is a reminder of what happened.
Yeah, your house looks like this for a reason.
Exactly. 252 WCMF. Folks have been waiting patiently. Let's talk to Alec. Hey, Alec, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good, brother. What do you got?
So, I was working out in Maine, and I broke up with this girl, and I got a text message from her. She was living in my apartment, and I broke up with her, and she sends me a picture of holding my Social Security card with a lighter underneath it.
No.
Like a Taliban?
So I floored it home, right? I told my boss, I gotta go. So I get back home. She's not there. I walk into the apartment. There's my as soon as I walk in, there's my driver, my golf driver, is through my flat screen TV.
Oh.
She carved with a steak knife into my coffee table. F you.
Oh.
No, a little bit of an artist.
Okay.
She went through my dresser and poured paint thinner through all my clothes.
Oh my
Yeah, but you can
God.
still wear them, bro.
Oh,
She's hitting every room in your house.
Yeah, so all my dress clothes, my jeans, my ties. She went down and took scissors and cut the waistband out.
All right, so Alec, the important question here: did you call the cops?
I did.
Okay.
I did. I called the cops, and they came over and they told me that how do they know that I didn't do this to myself?
Okay, so like you were trying to set her up. I get what you're saying. I mean, and that's the other tricky thing about
No man is going to ruin a good driver or a putter.
But
that's how you know.
But I mean, you do bring up another point here, Alec. Like that's the other tricky thing about domestic incidents is it becomes their word versus their, and there are people that are scared that if they call, sometimes maybe they won't believe them.
Or it gets worse.
Exactly, Alec. Let me ask you this question, and I think it's the most important question of all, and it's only one you ask guys. Despite everything that had happened there with your ex, did you have sex with her after everything that happened?
I did not.
Hey, all right, Alec. Way to go, buddy.
But you had to fight it. You did fight the feeling.
Well, so she sent me another picture of her laying on my couch with a condom, saying she just did the deed with another guy.
Oh my God! This woman's a monster.
Jeez.
She's a monster.
That was probably set up.
Alec, thanks for the story, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
Damn.
Man.
Oh.
That's like a Netflix series.
Well, that's every woman in Maine. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, Maine is a rough state.
I would
rough women.
Yeah.
Somebody that goes to that length, though, I feel like that fear of that person would follow me the rest of my life.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that's just me, like being a woman.
No, you're right.
No, I'm with
thinking
you.
about it, but I mean, you got to figure, like, does that person ever show back up again?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, no, especially in Maine.
That's a
Again,
serious plan she had there.
They have the most incarcerated women of any state in the nation.
you just make that up.
Yes, but you believed it for a minute, didn't you? For a minute, you thought I was being truthful.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it might have
And I
worked.
may not be wrong.
As we wrap this up, there is one part of the story that makes very little sense.
What's that?
Again, the woman in the story is 35 that's accused of smashing this windshield in this domestic incident.
That's primetime crazy.
But here's the thing. If there is a situation where your partner destroys something of yours and you're not going to call the cops, you were probably a kid, right?
Yeah.
18 to 25. If the allegations are true, 35 is pretty long in the tooth to be smashing
that's
and
what I was
screaming.
thinking. I think you're kind of
Yes, it is.
Right?
You've gotten that out of your system already.
You
I
would
think.
hope.
You know the consequences by now.
And the ass kicker is,
What's that?
I mean, sure, you smashed this person's windshield and it made you feel better, probably in the moment, but she's now facing a felony. That's a way bigger deal for her than it is for this guy, girl, whoever, to replace their windshield.
Yeah, true.
So who won?
Oh, I mean, he's in a better position.
Whoever the other person.
Yeah, is in a better position, obviously.
So
He calls Safe Flight or she calls Safe Flight, you're all done.
don't smash things.
But if you do, call Safe Flight.
It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Bitch Voice Theater.
Yep, we got Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And this would be difficult. This 14 hours would be difficult with someone that you cared about
What
the
are you
most.
going to do for 14 hours?
That's-
You're going to be raw.
I mean, we're not talking sex. At least I hope not, based on the DMs
I
I've been
can't think
getting.
of anything I could do for 14 hours without being chafed.
Bill's Mafia is headed to Kansas City. And there's a whole bunch of ways to get there.
Okay.
But I have gotten multiple DMs on social media, multiple,
Okay.
Because you're going.
from different dudes, because
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
going
yeah.
to this game,
Yeah.
asking if I would be interested in this. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. WCMF. You can be part of the same close-knit community with someone
Okay.
and still be strangers.
Oh.
And that's the issue that's revealed itself here. Because it seems more people than we think, Tommy,
Yeah.
would have no problem doing this with a total stranger.
Sounds like it sucks.
I'll let you decide.
Okay.
And I know this because they've asked
Mm-hmm.
straight up over the last couple of days.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. It would save money. It would definitely be an experience.
Yeah.
But it also has the potential to go terribly wrong. And it's a little, maybe a lot nuts that anyone would even consider this.
Because it sounds desperate.
I think that this is coming from a place of kindness.
But when this happened to me, it was a desperate situation for somebody,
Okay.
and I still said no.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Thursday.
Oh, buddy boy.
When you want to hurt someone in this room,
What are you going to do?
you can't call them short
No.
or stupid or say their shoes look like they're made out of the characters from Avatar.
These are nice shoes.
Yeah, nice and stupid.
What's wrong with them? They're sneakers.
They're turquoise, and they're made out of cloth.
No, it's canvas.
It looks like Joanne knitted them herself. You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines
I'm
of,
Pat Duffy. I'm going to go brown-nosing in Kansas City because I'm just a brown-nose in Kansas City, boy. Go sit with the boss, watch the big game, and keep my mouth shut so I don't get punched on the way out either way because I'm just a Kansas City little bitch.
Someone sounds jealous. Yeah. And he doesn't want to go. He just wants to be the boss's favorite. Oh, you like him? He sucks. We take all your bitch voices, desperate or not. We run it back. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. My Native American name just runs my goddamn mouth all day.
Because
Bitch.
I've had several friends who've owned horses.
I got to be comfortable at all times.
You gonna be comfortable?
I live in America. Is where you're supposed to be comfortable. We invented the lazy boy chair for a reason.
My name's Tommy, and I couldn't take a bullet and walk around for 7 hours because I don't like pain, sassy ass little bitch.
Oh, I'm dumb Duffy. I'm the dumbest man in my house. I got 2 dumb dogs that are outpacing me in life because I'm just a dumb little bitch. You're the dumbest person in your house.
So we basically just eloped. You know, we went to the Bahamas, got on a cruise.
Damn.
And we plan on doing a bit of
I'm not going to say who.
Oh, Tommy, I'm killing wrestling, but I'm scared to say wrestling things because you put me in a headline. I am going with our boss who is in Kansas City. I cannot believe it, but it is happening.
Ooh, King Brown Nose.
well, you must have impressed him enough the
Kansas City
first time.
Brown Nose.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
So, as I told you yesterday, and you just heard, I'll be at the game on Sunday in Kansas City for the AFC Championship with my boss, our boss. Very excited. Cannot wait. Kimmy, the closer we're getting to Sunday, the more juiced up I'm getting over here. And I am not the only person from Rochester that will be there.
Sure.
You know how I know that, Tommy?
You've been getting beat up online?
Well, folks have reached out to me on Twitter and on Instagram and on Facebook.
Yeah.
And there are 3 gentlemen who have reached out to me in the last 24 hours that I would like to talk about. 3 different guys, separately, that I have never met before, reached out to me and asked if I was driving to Kansas City.
We're going to do a guy pile to Kansas City.
Each one of these men, who again are total strangers, I've never met them,
Yes.
asked if I would like to carpool with them to Kansas City this weekend. And these guys aren't going together. These are 3 separate caravans.
Individuals.
Yes,
Yeah.
that asked.
Checking out the ride sitch.
Yeah. Would you like to carpool to Kansas City? Kimmy, just for the sake of the conversation,
Yeah.
could you look into how long a drive from Rochester, New York to Kansas City would be?
I believe we looked this up, and I think it's about 14 and a half hours.
Holy shit.
And that's without weather and problems, right?
Yep. And you're going to have to
And look
stop.
at the weather right now. You don't know what you're going to get.
No, what an old man take in a conversation.
Hey, it's bad out there, bro.
Now, here's the thing.
Right.
These 3 gentlemen that reached out to me, I am not suggesting they're not good guys. And I am flattered.
There's no good guy after 14
15
hours.
and a half hours.
15 and a half
oh
hours.
My God.
And here's the thing. I'm flattered that they would even consider inviting me on their little trip.
Yeah.
But this is not a good idea, right?
Oh, man, there's no way I could do it.
Okay.
And we had to do it when we were comics, like picking up comics and traveling with other guys that didn't have rides.
Well, you had to do that because you weren't good enough, but yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
It sucked.
His act was gas money.
I think if I was in a situation where I needed to carpool or be around strangers going that far, I'd rather just take a bus because you could kind of be on your own.
If you've never traveled by bus.
Yeah, but have you traveled with 3 strangers in a car?
No, by the way,
we
again,
did it with comedy.
Yeah, we would have to do
it
it.
sucked.
But you say it sucked. So at least on a bus, I could pop my headphones in and be by myself.
Nah,
Whereas when you're in a car with other
not in a
people,
prison town.
Not in a prison.
when you're in a car with
Try
other
that in a prison town.
people, you're kind of forced to have that conversation.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How long do you think you can make it in a car with a total stranger? Because here's the thing. Everybody listening, you are more annoying in a car than you think
Everybody
you are.
has different road trip habits.
You got it.
Every personality gets dialed up to a 12.
Yes, and it doesn't make you a bad person, but we're all used to our own car things. You don't realize the noise. You don't realize the noises you make, how loud you breathe,
the music.
If you're talking too much, the music is huge, right?
Food you want to eat.
Yeah. How often you want to stop.
Whether or not you're expected to help with navigation. And to Kimmy's point, something as simple as a disagreement on what to listen to could torpedo this trip 2 hours in.
Yeah.
And we got 13 and a half hours to go.
There's a reason why you never see hitchhikers again. Sometimes it's just annoying.
I know you make a joke, but we do hear from men that still hitchhike.
Yes.
They call the show and they tell us,
know.
so this is still happening. Then comes how you're going to do the actual ride. I mean, are we all in agreement we're going to try and drive it all the way through? Do we want to stop halfway? Are we going to split a hotel room if we do that? Do I have to pay for a hotel room? For meals, are we going to get out, sit down, and eat? Do we want to eat and drive? Am I allowed to eat in your car? Even if you were to have like a pre-planning meeting, sit down and hash out all of the things you think would come up to get ahead of it, an hour in, you would realize there were 10 other things you didn't think of.
Yes.
When one of them rears around.
And something's going to show up that you weren't ready for.
Yeah, it's a reality show on wheels.
Yeah.
With nowhere to go.
There's just no way I could do it.
Man.
Yeah. Especially as I get older. Like, I had to do it out of necessity doing stand-up.
Yeah.
But there's just no way I could do it just like, oh, this will be great.
Sure.
I'll save $40.
Well, it is. We're going to talk later about the total cost of going to Kansas City. And the gas money is actually shockingly low compared to
splitting it especially.
Well, no, I'm talking about just straight up.
Oh.
Well, gas is not out of control right now. It's pretty low.
Oh, what an opposite of an old man take I thought it was going to be.
No, I thought
I remember when it was 15 cents. You remember that? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I told you guys yesterday I'm going to Kansas City for this game. I'm flying.
Yeah.
But 3 separate gentlemen since yesterday reached out to me on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram asking if I was driving and if I would like to carpool with them.
Yeah.
Total strangers. Total strangers.
Right.
Would you like to get in the car and drive 15 and a half hours to Kansas
With
City?
smelly men. So when my wife and I were flying back here from vacation.
Yes.
And we got stuck in Philadelphia because it was a windstorm here. Everything got shut down, and we couldn't get a flight for 2 days. So we spent the night in the Philly airport at a hotel. We rented a car the next morning and screwed out. Yeah. So while we're standing there trying to figure this all out at the ticket gate, and when everything's getting canceled, there's a girl behind us. She's about like Kimmy's age.
Okay.
She's a know-it-all. She don't shut up. She's like telling everybody how the airlines work. She's that person.
That's weird.
She's
I don't
also
know anybody
pregnant.
like that.
What's that?
Nothing. Minus the pregnant part.
What? She got the
Saying,
belt.
I know a few know-it-alls.
I'm not a know-it-all.
Do you know that
Let me
Maine
tell
has
you.
the highest percentage of incarcerated women in America?
So she doesn't shut up. She's got the belly out, right?
Yeah.
And God bless her. You know.
Good save.
I know.
I'm sure it's a blessing. And so my wife and I are discussing. She goes, "Hey, we're all going to Rochester. Why don't we carpool?"
Oh.
Yeah, that will work.
And I look at my wife and go, "This Shiite ain't happening." And I give her that look, and I know like she doesn't want to do this either, but she's also super kind. So I'm not doing this. I'm just gonna have to be a dick.
So you stepped in.
Oh yeah. And I said, "Now we're gonna probably
Wait,
figure
yeah.
out something on our own." And I just turned heel and left her there because there's no way I get. First of all, she's pregnant, and I don't know what that's like. I've never been 14 hours with a pregnant woman in a car. I'm guessing every guy has that nightmare story. So I don't want that. She don't shut up.
Yeah, no, you're right. The longest you spent with a pregnant woman was the time you had sex with a woman who was pregnant with someone else's baby.
And that was like 14 seconds.
God.
What?
Sorry.
It was
Go
Florida.
on.
It don't count.
Oh. By the way, one of that baby, now a senator down there.
I hear he's Secretary of State. But you know what I'm saying? Like, this is the way I could do it.
Okay.
And I wasn't mean. Like I said no. I just said, hey, we're gonna figure.
I know
something
you.
out.
There's
Just
no way.
abandoned her. I mean,
Good luck, pregos.
no matter how you say it, you left her on her own.
But like, I figured like we were gonna have to foot the bill. The kid didn't look like she had 2 cents to rub together.
Well, you were going to go anyways, though.
I'm not paying. This ain't my kid. That ain't my kid in her. There's 2 kids standing there.
Okay.
I got double kid and know-it-all woman.
All right, as we're having this conversation, we're talking about strangers.
Yeah.
The guy that writes me this story you just tell about this woman. Let me throw something else at you.
Go ahead.
Let's say that my wife and I were on that flight from Philly, right? We all know each other. You,
Oh, yeah.
me.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we're at the Philly airport. 6 hours to get home. We can rent a car. You, me, your wife, my wife.
Yeah.
You saying yes?
Yeah, because I think we could do it. First of all, our wives get along great.
Uh-huh.
So that would be fine. You and I make fun of everything.
Sure.
No, I think we could do it.
Okay.
You don't think we could?
I am surprised you think we could.
No, I think we could.
Okay.
I think uniquely you and I could.
Okay. Okay, let me ask you this question.
There.
You same situation. It's not me and my wife. It's Kimmy and her husband on the plane. You're stuck in Philly, 6-hour ride. Kimmy, her husband, your wife, and you. Could you do a 6-hour car ride with them?
So Kimmy and I share a love of the same TV shows.
Yes, you do.
Yeah,
so
we
we'd
do.
have that. My wife finds her husband chiseled. So her words, not mine. So I think we could do it. I will say this. I'm more confident in our trip,
Okay.
but I'm not
Ruling
passing
me out.
on the Kimmy
Okay.
trip.
Okay.
Okay.
There's probably a few more issues there because Kimmy could be Kimmy at times.
What does that mean?
Right there.
I'm curious.
You just did it.
I mean, there's a reason you're not going to the Kansas City
Well, you
game. I'm just
get
saying.
you get snippy. Like, and you can't see.
How did you go from, we'd have great conversation to,
We do.
I don't know, you get a little snippy sometimes.
You're doing it right now.
And you also get
Because you
hangry.
said
You get very hangry.
Yeah.
good passenger. Well, that would be the thing. I would let Tommy drive because I don't want to be the deciding factor in when and how often, like when and where we stop. Like I would let you make that decision as the older guy.
Oh,
I
it'll
have
be
to
every
stop. I
45
don't-
minutes.
Yeah, I don't know how often you have to get out and stretch
I'm on
your
a lot of
legs.
diuretics, and I got that blood clot.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I would let you make those decisions.
Yeah, I gotta use the bathroom a lot.
All right, one more question before we
Right.
go to the phones as we're talking about this road trip thing. Kimmy,
Yeah.
you have to take a 10-hour road trip with either Tommy or I. You get to make the choice.
Oh, no spouses.
Yeah, it's just individual.
All right.
Me in the car for 10 hours, Tommy in the car for 10 hours. Who do you choose?
Well, I've taken short road trips with you.
And we always have so much fun.
So I guess I'm going to go with like the devil you know.
What the hell?
That's not a compliment.
We always have fun on our road trips.
Okay, fine.
That's too late. This is why Tommy doesn't want to go on a road trip with you because he gets snippy.
There are too many unknowns with Tommy.
No, but I'm quiet.
Yeah, and you keep a clean car.
I'm small. You'll have all the elbow room, and I know you like to spread out with the elbow because you're gonna be eating the subs.
You wouldn't let me
You
eat.
got
That's the
plenty
thing.
of
You
12-inch
would not let
subroom.
me eat in the car, and I know Pat would at least let me eat
I
in
don't
the
want
car.
your stank ass sub in the car.
Oh, I would go out of our way to eat in the car.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'd be too worried that I'm going to mess something up in your vehicle.
All right, go ahead, have fun.
252 WCMF again. After I told everybody yesterday I'm going to KC, I'm flying to KC for the game.
Yeah.
Compliments of our boss.
Yeah, look at that.
But I must not have been clear because 3 different dudes reached out to me on social media, separate guys, total strangers, asking if I was driving and if I'd like to carpool with them to Kansas City. A 15-and-a-half-hour drive with total strangers. Teddy's on CMF. Hey, Teddy. How are you, buddy?
Good morning.
Hey.
Hey, Duffy, you're absolutely not going with those people for 15 hours. I was almost going to kill a woman from Henrietta to Webster during ice storm. I tried to help her out because she said she lived in Webster, which is on the other side of expressway where Tommy lives. So I pick up this woman. She was whining and grinding between Henrietta and Webster.
How long were you in the car with her for?
About 2 hours.
Oh, whoa,
2 hours.
Ice storm, right?
Oh,
I remember
yeah.
back in the day. So that 2 hour, you're never going to do that again, Teddy?
Absolutely not.
What a good man you are.
No, she's just winning. Oh, my husband gonna kill me because I left the car. I tell him, shut up. I haven't eaten breakfast this morning, so we better shut the hell up. I tell her.
Teddy's hangry, too.
Yeah.
Teddy and Kimmy got that in common.
Yeah.
All right, Teddy, I'm going to ask you one question, all right?
Yep.
You got to take a 10-hour road trip. You get to choose one member of the break room. You have to choose one member of the break room. Kimmy, Tommy, or myself. Who are you getting on that road trip with?
Yeah, that is very easy choice. Definitely Kimmy.
Why?
Thank you, Teddy.
No, why not me?
I am surprised you didn't say Tommy, though.
She is nicest person, but if I go with Tommy, he's gonna be got killed too.
Teddy, great to talk to you, buddy. Have a good one.
All right, bye.
There goes Teddy. I kill her. Past all the other stuff that we were talking about here, going back to like the stranger carpool, the biggest problem that no one wants to consider.
What's that?
What if you just don't mesh with the people you're in the car with?
Which is good odds you're not.
Yeah.
Like for that long.
If everything else goes smoothly, like these 3 guys that reached out to me, right? Like, I don't know what they're into. I don't know what makes them laugh, what makes them think, what gets them upset, because you're going to be talking. It's 15 and a half hours.
I have a theory about conversations, too, the longer it goes like that.
Oh.
Because you'll talk about all the fun stuff, what you're going to do, and blah, 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 blah. But then people are just going to start talking about, you're going to run out of fun stuff to talk about. Mm-hmm. And then people are just going to start talking about their problems.
Okay.
And when you start talking about your problems, I'm going to start thinking about my problems, and it goes off like car alarms around the room. By the time you get to Kansas City, it's going to be a rolling depression wave.
No, you're 100% right. And we both had that experience being on the road with comics.
Yeah.
Because, yes, it just turns into.
You turn into yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. And it gets dark fast, man, because it just takes one little door opening of like sadness or like deep thought where it's like, well, you know what I think? And oh, my God.
And everybody goes Wolfman in the car.
Changes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a good one.
You already did the mask
No,
thing.
but the wolf is bad.
Oh.
The Wolfman bad.
I saw-
Wolfman Jack, he was kind of a dick.
Over at Trader Vic's.
Oh, yeah.
Song sucks.
That's not Wolfman Jack. That's 2 different songs.
It's Werewolf of London. I know it's not Wolfman Jack, idiot. Shut up. I'm going Kimmy on the road trip. In all honesty, I think there is only one person in my life that I am confident I would have fun in a 14-hour road trip with, 15-hour road trip.
Are you gonna offend a family member right now?
No, it's my brother Ryan. Like, he's the only one that I am confident.
Not your wife or kids?
Well, no. My wife, bro, I have driven with my wife long distances.
Is your wife at work right now?
I know. She's in the car listening right now. Hi, honey, I love you. I love her to death. A road trip with my wife and girls. Oh, my God.
Yeah, a family like that, it's tough.
And it's nothing against, it's just, we're all playing our roles, man. And their role is to make this as hard as possible on me.
But it's funny you pick Ryan, which I can understand from your point of view. Mm-hmm. But he wouldn't have the same take.
Yeah, I bet you he'd pick somebody else.
Yeah, absolutely.
He'd probably pick his wife.
Because you think it's funny that you bash him the entire time on the road trip, and you just make fun of him.
We did do
and
that.
he's extremely sensitive.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
so, like, he would not want to take a road trip with you because at the end of 14 hours, you would just be making fun of him the whole time. What's in it for him?
So Ryan did take a road trip with Kimmy and I up to Buffalo one time.
And he got stuck in the back.
So he had to
not even just like the back seat. He had to climb into the trunk.
He had to climb over the seat.
And
to
he's
let
a
somebody
big
else
boy for a trunk.
Yeah, he's not picking you, I think.
You're
No way.
You're the one that filmed him getting stuck.
Well, but you're
Kimmy.
the one that sent him in the back seat. Wasn't my call.
We'd have fun.
So it turns out we're all undrivable in this room.
I think every human is undrivable.
Yeah, probably, but nobody thinks they are.
And that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you 3 gentlemen that reached out to me. Look, I am very appreciative. I am flattered.
Take a hike.
I have a flight. So,
Yeah.
and even if I didn't,
I'm better than you. I'm flying.
well, I didn't want to say
Please
it.
fly over states.
Oh, I'm not paying for it. Thank you, company.
On the house.
That's right. By the way, you both took pay cuts for this. Let's take a break.
They can't cut my pay. Be impossible.
It now costs you $5 to come to work. Men have an idea of what makes them attractive to women. Men have an idea of what women think will make them sexual dynamos. And men also have a belief of the juice, and I don't mean like literal juice.
Yeah, not the man juice.
The inside them that makes them great lovers. And according to what we have in front of us now, conventional wisdom is wrong.
Oh.
And I know there are going to be a lot of guys that push back on this. And I'll be honest with you, I don't even know how true it is. But it turns out that men who cry might be what you ladies are looking for.
Oh.
For one specific reason.
Like one reason I'm crying?
No. Crying guy.
Crying
Emotional
guy. All right.
Women want you for this.
Okay.
And it's good.
Ooh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You know what women like, Tommy?
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Tough guys.
Mm-hmm.
Badasses.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need no sissy-ass bitch boy
Rough ride.
that wants to talk feelings. Or do they?
Oh.
Because we have some science in front of us that flies in the face of everything we've once believed.
Mm.
And if you really believe, if you really want to rock her world,
Mm-hmm.
turns out, maybe, you need to let those tears flow, buddy.
Be a sensitive, soft boy.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You know what else would help with the ladies?
What's that?
$5,000.
$5,000, you soft boy.
$5K a day cash contest. It's back. Winning is easy. Download the free Odyssey app. You log in. You listen to CMF for a minimum of 1 hour each day.
Okay.
That
Mm-hmm.
is your daily entry for your chance to win $5,000.
Right on.
One winner randomly selected every weekday during this national contest. Good luck. I almost forgot, by the way.
What's that?
Programming note. Because we were doing all our bill stuff on Tuesday, we
Yeah,
did
yeah.
not have a chance at Where They Whine. And today,
Ooh, boy.
Switching it up.
that's right, 9 o'clock. Mark it in your phones right now. Where They Whine in, so you can come back or stay with us. Because, again, the longer you stay, I mean, Odyssey app.
You making money?
$5,000. So 9 o'clock today, Where They Whine in here in the break room on CMF. Men who cry make better lovers.
Oh, wow.
This, according to a relationship expert in a story in the New York Post this week. And the theory, backed by research into what women said was their best sexual experience, claims that a man in touch with his emotions will be able to give women what a non-crying tough guy never could.
A more intimate sexual experience.
Oh, a
A
better.
little bit more in touch with their feelings.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would be what we're discussing
Yeah.
here. But it's not a more intimate sexual experience, Tommy. According to women, it is a better sexual experience.
Because she wants the intimacy with the sex.
Okay, again, I
She
don't.
doesn't want you. She doesn't want
With the sex.
a pump and run. She wants more intimacy
So that's
during intercourse.
But a pump and run is different than a wake and jack.
Oh yeah. That's a solo trip.
I thought it was a
Yeah.
wake and whack.
Whack and whack. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Wake and whack.
either way it works.
Whacking and a waking.
Yeah.
Waking and a
Oh, my
waking.
God.
Thank you. The article
Mhm.
goes on to talk about the definition of masculinity, Your Majesty,
Mhm.
and how it's been changing over the last couple of years. I would like to read you a quote from this woman. Quote, finding a man in touch with his emotions will allow people to find the catch of a lifetime, not just of a day. It's not about being a tough guy, but being an honest, respectful, protective, and being emotionally expressive.
Oh,
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And here's the thing.
let the tears flow, Warren.
Warren?
Yeah,
Every Warren I could think of is a pretty tough guy.
yeah. And she don't want to see him cry.
Okay. 252-WCMF. We will take calls from gentlemen,
Mhm.
but I really want to hear from you ladies out there. And again, you can change your name. Nobody knows who you are. I want to hear about your experiences sexually based on your personal experiences. I realize how creepy that sounded when it came out of
Yeah,
your mouth.
because we're also
Please
not
tell
talking.
me about your sexual experiences.
We're also not talking about like crying during intimacy.
Well, unless
right?
she's
Like,
into it.
we're talking about just somebody who, like in general, has
Sensitive.
no problem crying.
Yeah, a sensitive,
person.
I'm just saying, like, we're not talking about like the two things combined.
No.
Right?
Based on your personal experience, are men in touch with their emotions better lovers than ones who aren't? And Kimmy, you being the resident woman of the break room,
Yeah.
does this hold true to you?
I guess it depends on. I mean, I guess I would think somebody that cries often would turn a lot of women off. Like, are we talking about just like a once in a while, like you're not
Okay.
afraid to cry in front of me? Because that would show me that you are comfortable with your emotions. But as somebody that does it all the time could look unstable.
All right, we may be focused on crying here.
Yeah.
Let's use the definition in this quote from the Post. Are men who are honest, respectful, protective, and emotionally expressive, in your opinion, in your experience, better in bed than I'm a full truck man? That's all I drive. Ain't got no boundaries, and I don't cry.
I would think yes, only because if you're getting to that point with somebody, you've been together a longer period of time.
Okay.
You know, they're not going to show that side up front, so you may not really know a lot of the time if they are that guy.
Some guys do. Some guys come right out of the gate, emotional. They got poetry for you. They got an acoustic guitar.
See, that to me would be a red flag
Poetry
because
boy.
why are
What?
you so emotional when we barely know each other?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Wouldn't it also matter what you're crying over or about?
Yeah, that too. That too.
You know what I mean?
What do give me an example.
Like
Well,
if it's not a big deal, or
Right,
if
you know,
I
but-
don't see it, like why are you getting so upset about this?
Okay.
I may have some questions.
Yeah, if you it almost would come across as like whiny.
Yeah, like what
almost.
if they were crying because like they saw you talking to another guy? You know what I mean? Like there could be other issues going on there that
Okay.
may be a turnoff.
Okay.
But if they're crying just simply
Can't
because they're
remember my PIN number right now, and I get so frustrated.
So this may be a flawed discussion in this room.
Why?
Well, because you're an idiot.
I
and
think we're talking about two different people.
there's that too. And Kimmy, I mean, you would have to admit, you are not a woman who
I'm
is,
not somebody that shows my emotions. You're right.
you're not kind, gentle. I mean,
You got this. You kind of.
Cold.
Yeah. There
Yeah,
you go.
yeah, that's what you are. Yeah.
You can go pretty
Yeah.
stoned.
Yeah. So, well,
Yeah,
but you know how they say
she just put Tommy in a
sometimes,
headlock.
sometimes though, like opposites attract though.
Okay.
You know, where like
Oh.
I can learn from somebody who is a little bit more open to with their feelings.
Okay, Tommy,
Yeah.
are men in touch with their emotions? Men who are honest, respectful, protective, and emotionally expressive better lovers than the traditional masculine tough guy?
Well, I mean, probably for what she's looking for, yeah, because like you're probably more comfortable with yourself,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
And
Hmm.
you're probably more in touch to what she really wants you to do in bed.
It doesn't feel like you're hiding anything.
Okay, yeah, all right. So you're more of an open book.
Yeah, like maybe I know more where I stand with this person because they're not afraid to talk about it.
Okay. You know, as we have this discussion, Tommy, you're really screwed on this. Because, like, you're not in any way.
I don't know. He could be a crier behind closed doors. We don't know.
Only
We
about-
honestly don't know.
I've known the guy for a long time. I've watched him. If a man cries in front of him, no matter how
That's
devastating,
projecting, Pat,
he starts laughing.
because he's uncomfortable.
Like, Tommy is not traditionally masculine in any way. But he is
What are you
also.
talking about?
But he's also no. Yeah, those turquoise shoes really set the tone. I saw a guy in the MMA walk into the ring with one of those on the other day. But you're also not in any way, Tommy, in touch with your feelings.
Well, I like my feelings, not anybody else's.
Okay.
I have selfish
Oh,
feelings.
your wife's such a lucky lady.
In this discussion,
Yeah.
you are somehow the literal worst of both worlds.
What do you mean? How could it be?
You're not tough,
Yeah.
and you're not sensitive.
Yeah.
You're a rock. You're a human rock. So as we have this discussion, again, this article in the New York Post from a relationship expert who claims that men who cry make better lovers, and cry maybe is the wrong way to put it, men who are in touch with
Emotional.
themselves emotionally, right? The idea behind this makes sense at base level because, of course, you would want to be with someone you can communicate with. It would make a relationship easier. It would make the act of sex easier. And if you get along with that person, anyone you get along with, odds are pretty good the sex is going to be better, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen several studies that show the older people get in relationships, the better the sex between them gets, and that's because the communication is better.
Yeah. Okay. You know the ins and outs of the ins and outs.
Yeah, it checks all the boxes. And something we already know about women could also apply to men
What's
as
that?
we have this discussion. So, Kimmy, you've told us at length that when women get all dialed up to go out, they don't do it for guys,
Yeah. We know you don't appreciate fashion
so you do it for other women.
most of the time.
Can you make the same argument for guys being tough guys? Because we think we're doing it because women like it. But in reality, are we all doing it thinking we're intimidating other men when we go out? I mean, I know that you can't speak on this, but like to all the other
I know,
guys.
you talk about how you size people up the second you meet them, right?
We had that discussion. Like,
Yeah.
the majority of men, you meet a new man, even if he's the nicest guy in the world, you try and figure out if you can kick his ass. Just in case. Like, maybe if we're walking out thinking we're being tough, intimidating dudes, we're only doing it to try and intimidate the other dudes, which, by the way, 95% of us are not even doing that.
Or not show any weakness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what is weakness, Kimmy?
But I think you do it all for the women more than some guy you're going to run into.
Yeah, but to Pat's point, like,
Because you're just trying to, like, prove that you're worthy of her.
but I would think most men are more afraid to cry in front of another dude than they are a woman.
Yeah, I think that's
Oh,
fair.
yeah.
But going even further down the road, I'm about to blow your mind, man.
Go ahead.
Are you
What?
ready?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, look, if we're looking at, trying to acquire a female at its most base caveman level, if I go out to a bar to meet a chick, right, I have to be the one that's the most alpha male if that's what I'm into, right?
Yeah.
I'm that guy. So in that way, I'm not being tough to impress her. I'm being tough so I can be the toughest looking guy in that bar. I am doing it for the other dudes.
But it's just to compete for the woman. She's still the prize in your head, not to be.
No, we're talking caveman here. I get what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Oh, yeah.
At
I'm
the
saying like
base
it's
level.
Caveman
still,
level.
you're still fighting over this chick in your head, even though nobody may not be fighting over this chick but you.
Nobody may not be fighting over this chick, but nobody.
You know, like you're
playing games in your mind.
Right, but these other guys don't even care. They might find her fugly or unbangable, but you're like, you're running to this chick and there's nobody following you.
Okay.
You're not getting elbowed out of the way.
Okay.
Like
So-
if you get to that chick too easy at the bar, you may want to second think this.
Yeah, because we did that. You
No, but
idiot.
I understand, but maybe you should. Like if it was too easy, maybe there was a reason nobody was competing with your ass.
So obviously, articles written like this, that men in touch with their emotions are better lovers, have a major flaw. Because there are different personal preferences, right? Of course, there are women who prefer guys that walk around being, traditionally masculine. And this shows there are women who believe emotional guys are the better play. So you got one or the other, right? So it's not like there's one right way to be. You're being wrong the other way. But if you choose tough guy as a guy trying to attract women, there is a fundamental flaw in that idea. For almost everyone that can hear us, there will always be someone tougher than you.
Oh, sure.
If
That's the way the world works.
Yeah, you walk into a gym all yoked out, someone's going to make you look small. If you walk into a bar at 6'3" with a kick-ass beard, there may be a 6'5" guy with a way kicker-asser beard. Part of being a tough guy is being in constant competition with other tough guys. Whereas being a man in touch with his emotion, you can't really compete with other men on an emotional level.
True.
No.
You're just kind of being yourself. You're comfortable.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And I think guys like your generation compared to my generation and my father's generation, those are three different tough guys. Like you now are way more in tune with your kids. You do things with your daughters. You listen to their music. You talk to them. My father didn't do any of that stuff. My father, that wasn't his role. He had kids. That was my mother's problem. That's how that generation worked.
You know what I hear?
So men have been going in this direction for the last 70 years.
I knew it. Like you tried to start off as a compliment. You just call me soft.
No,
You're calling me soft.
No, I'm saying you're a better soft person.
Says man in turquoise shoes.
I could call soft all the time.
No, you are no.
But that was the evolution of what a husband is. Like a husband, you can't think a husband today is the same husband that it was in the 1950s.
No, I agree with you there, but it's a different kind of tough. And you're not wrong. But when you say different kind of tough.
But they thought they were tough.
Okay.
They were just really cruel.
Understood.
And they didn't understand the difference.
And you're right when you say that. But I also know you. I can see the look on your face. Because when you say that, you still think, well, guys back then were way tougher than soft-ass boys now. Even the toughest of boys now can't compete with the toughest guy back then. You see John Wayne? The guy couldn't walk straight. He's going to kick my ass. I'll take him. I'll take him. Hang out in Hollywood when everyone's all fighting a war. You think you're what was his real name? Percy?
Yeah, that's something like that.
Yeah, that's a girl's name. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Frank. Hey, Frankie, how are you, buddy?
Good. When I was on the prowl, so we speak, maybe 40 years ago, I used to frequent the distillery in the Elmwood a lot. I went out with a lot of nurses because I coached a team of them. And when I would walk into a place, you'd see these jocks trying to figure that they had everything going. And you know what? Any woman that was worth their salt was not what I wanted anyway. Because you got to understand that if you're looking for somebody, if a woman is just going for outward crap, that's just what she's worth. Ooh. And I never went for women like that. And I went out with some beautiful women that were wonderful. And I would just go up to them, introduce myself, and that was it. I never had any lines of pickup. And let me tell you something. This is the God-honest truth. I'd go into one of those two bars at 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, and by 10 or 10:30, I would be back in my apartment smoking a little doobie with the woman and drinking some wine. And that's the God-honest
Every
truth.
time, baby.
So, Frank, you were the original soft boy is what you're telling us.
No, I wouldn't call me that. I was just out to find out. You see, women you want to talk about them when you introduce yourself to somebody, not yourself, them. You know, it's just, hi, how are you? I'm Frank. I live nearby. How are you doing? Where do you work?
Want some wine and a joint?
Can I ask?
Before you go unconscious?
I mean, Frank, I will say this. This does sound like the start of a Netflix documentary, what you're describing.
Yeah.
whatever
The
I
mini
did, I
skirt
did right.
strangler.
It's just not. You can't have lines, so to speak,
Okay.
or play
Doobie
games,
to you,
so to
doobie.
speak.
All right.
Because I think a smart woman is not looking for something like that.
Smart women went home with
For an
guys the first
honest
night to their
woman,
apartment and
honest
got
guy.
high.
Different time, though, Tommy. Different time. Hey, Frankie,
Yeah,
I'm running late, buddy. I'm really sorry. I hate to cut you off, but I got to let you go, man. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
Frank could get a pair of go-go boots up in
Thanks a
10
lot.
seconds.
There goes Soft Frank.
Real quick, I'm sure women don't want to call our show, so they tweeted us.
Yep, women
this-
right, men
Yeah.
call.
This is from
Frank
Amelia.
brags.
Amelia
Amelia?
says, men who are in touch with their emotions are definitely better in bed. They'll typically be the ones to tell you they appreciate it and meet your needs before theirs.
Interesting.
All right.
Is Amelia a sexy name? I think it's a sexy name.
It's an old lady name.
No, but
No, there's
It's
some young
Amelia Earhart.
Amelias.
It's the only one I can think of.
well, okay, that's not sexy.
Not a looker.
For God's sake.
Jesus.
But that's what her co-pilot said right before they hit the ocean.
Everyone knows.
Hey, put your goggles on. Jesus, you scared me.
To wrap this conversation up, you know, when it comes to the tough guy, emotional guy, what women prefer, it does feel like this cycles every 10 years. Kimmy, when we were in high school, like a bunch of chicks were into emo dudes. You remember that,
Yep.
right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you know, Dashboard
It was a
Confessional.
thing.
Okay.
Kind of a little like whiny rock.
Yep. And then in the early 90s, speaking of whiny rock, you had the flannel acoustic guitar scene, and a lot of women were into that, right? Tommy, what was it in the 70s and 80s? Like, what did a soft boy look like in the
It
70s?
would have been that sensitive hippie.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
That style, like a Seals and Crofts type of guy.
Summer Breeze.
Yeah. Or James Taylor.
Ah!
You know what I mean? That kind of guy. Like a folk rock, Peter, Paul, and Mary. Don't Google it.
Sure, we made that mistake.
Oh, my
Do
God.
not Google.
Who knew?
No, which one was it?
The one that just died.
Peter?
Peter.
Just died?
Yeah.
Do not check his Wikipedia page. And I know everybody is right now, and I am deeply
I
sorry
was
that
shocked.
came up.
You just encouraged it.
Oh, my
But
God.
it was information I could. Anyway. But I was
Not as sensitive as we thought he was.
No.
Anywho.
Yeah.
All right.
No, but it does feel like when it comes to like on the
I mean, every generation has the beatnik, the sensitive guy. Yeah.
Well, no, but I don't think every generation does because it feels like, Tommy, men will get emotional, right? And when I say emotional, more in touch with their feelings. They will take it too far. It'll eventually swing back to tough guys that women are into.
Yeah.
That'll get so far that those men look like morons, and then they get pulled back the other way. And it will go that way until the end of time.
So the pendulum swing.
Exactly. Only because guys' personalities exist solely to get laid.
Yes. It's
With-
all an act.
But you can meet women at the Lilac Festival.
Oh.
It's right around the corner, Tommy.
It is?
Well, it's coming up in a couple months. I mean, yeah, we're at the end of January.
All right. What's going on with that?
Well, they have two new things they are bringing to the Lilac Festival this year. And I guess when it comes to, like, bringing people out, that wasn't really something they were looking forward to new additions.
Yeah.
Because, like, one of them, I guess you're kind of honoring the people who do this, and they're very important here. But the other one, you've already got this. We talked about this.
So
Like,
it's not necessary?
well, I mean, like, it's juice. It's juice.
It's juice.
You got juice.
All right.
We'll get into it. Next, here in the break room. Let's see about I feel like an old man.
What happened?
I just don't get it. I don't get it because this already exists. It's called juice.
Okay.
And like,
it's tied to the Lilac Festival?
yes, the Lilac Festival announced yesterday they're going to have 2 new things to bring people out to the festival.
Yeah, I don't leave the house for juice.
And I get that this is popular, but is it going to move the needle enough where someone who wasn't going to go is going to be like, oh, I got to check that out?
It can't.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. It was announced yesterday that the Lilac Festival this year will run from May 9th to May 18th, and it's going to be here before you know it.
Oh, yeah.
They want people out, Tommy, and more than just the concerts we know as standard.
Yeah.
Right? The delicious food,
All the food.
the blooming lilacs, and the art pieces that will be throughout the festival. They are adding
What they
one, sorry,
What do they got?
a farmer's market.
Farmers
A
market.
pop-up farmer's market at the Lilac Festival. It's going to be May 12th and 14th, 10 to 3, and you will be able to shop for fresh foods and local goods from small businesses.
I already got that in every town.
Yeah, that's weird.
And it's a weird time of the year to have a farmer's market.
Okay. Are we
Well,
gonna get
no,
it?
I mean,
We're
they
gonna
have
get
it in the
hold on.
spring.
Let the old man talk agriculture for a second.
There ain't going to be anything there.
It's not easy, but it's honest work.
No, nothing's out yet.
No, it is honest.
It's spring.
Honestly, there's nothing. Work.
Yeah, it's not going to work.
Okay, so here's the thing. I agree with you that there isn't a reason to do the farmer's market.
Then I got to walk it back to my car.
I know. But I guess this could be a nod to all of our local farmers, like a thank you. Hey, give them some recognition. They are very important. And it is a community festival. So, okay, I get it. I get that idea. Great. But they're also adding
What was that?
a non-alcoholic cocktail bar.
Oh, so the mocktail bar.
Yep, the Zero Proof Social Club will serve mocktails for those hoping to have
And no fun.
a sober experience.
Who doesn't?
The folks running the festival say the goal is to make socializing more acceptable for everyone.
I got so straight last night.
But here's the thing, Kimmy.
Yeah.
They already have this at the Lilac Festival.
Yeah.
It's called Every Stand That Serves Juice.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you there, and I was with you there, but I
So they're going to
have
serve
tried.
cocktails.
I have tried a few mocktails.
So these are like,
I've sipped on a mocktail
Like what?
that my a pregnant friend of mine orders,
yeah.
By the way, you can get pregnant doing that.
and I don't know how they make it taste like there's booze in it, but they do.
So what did
it
you
doesn't
drink?
taste like your standard juice. I don't know. It's like she's ordered like a couple different cocktails that like they're supposed to taste like. One of them was supposed to taste like it had gin in it.
Okay.
And for whatever
And it worked.
ingredients they use, it does taste like a normal cocktail.
Okay, so the mocktails do not taste like juice. They taste like actual
The
cocktails.
ones that I've had,
Okay.
yes. So, if you're craving that specific taste,
Okay.
it's probably there.
But let's say you're out with a whole group.
Yeah.
Like everybody, let's say you're young people, you're 5, 6 people. What?
You're hip. You're with it.
You're
Yeah.
making a scene, man. You're with the beautiful people. Like you would all have to be in on that. Because like I don't want to hang out with you at your juice. I
No,
want to
you
go over
could
here and
get
have a
something
beer.
from somewhere else.
Yeah.
And
I
then,
mean, usually you can't walk with that stuff.
Well, I'm sure you could walk in with the mocktail to the beer tent.
But do you want
Yeah.
to be mocktail dude?
Some people do.
I guess you wouldn't know.
Ooh, yeah, 'cause it's a
Look at
mocktail.
me,
Yeah.
a little mocktail Mike over here. It's so tasty.
Well, that's his parents' fault for naming a mocktail Mike. I don't know why you put that in person.
Talk to your parents.
Look, I understand that there are people who are into the mocktail thing.
Yeah.
And I don't fault, like, God bless you. Go do your thing. I'm happy for you. That being said, I didn't think there were enough people
I think it's getting more and more popular.
to bring people out to the Lilac Festival. Like, you would
Oh,
not.
no, like not to go there for that reason, but I think that there are more people that are interested in having that as an option than you think.
I mean, if you're the designated driver, I guess. Yeah. There
that
you
too.
go.
But here's the thing. I just kind of assumed you could put, like, a mocktail section where all the other drinks are. It kind of sounds like
Yeah,
here.
you could serve it at an actual bar.
Yeah, it sounds like here they're going to have the Zero Proof Social Club, like a place to go to have mocktails. And like when it comes to the farmers market, I know it sounds silly because there's farmers market every weekend, but there will be people that go to the Lilac Festival just to buy produce because they're excited about
wanna
Are
get
farmers.
some
there
radishes.
just for that reason, though?
I think. Well, yeah, Tommy said radishes.
But think about
I got a radish, a shepherd's hook, and a mocktail. What an afternoon.
I know Groucho was
I
there.
guess they're going to go home and play pot cheesy.
I would think
Got some
that
duck soup out of it too.
I would think that the farmers market is kind of a bonus if you're already going there for like the crafts and stuff. I don't know if I'm going there specifically for that, just because I wouldn't want to deal with like parking and the crowds just to go to a farmers market,
Yeah.
which to your point earlier, they do have in other places.
Okay. 252 WCMF 252-9263. There was one more new thing they are adding with the
What?
farmers market and the mocktail bar area. They are doing tours.
Of what?
2 tours. One is the Flower City Flora Tour. The other is the Highland Park Historical Tour. Both of them will be guided by knowledgeable volunteers that I'm assuming will be pointing things out and giving you a little history along the way.
So this would probably be early in the day because you couldn't do it during the festival, really, right?
Oh, you probably could. You just
Could.
have them walking around with a
Yeah.
big sign.
All right.
Hey, oh, come on, follow me.
What
Follow
do
me.
you think you're going to learn?
Well, there's probably a lot of history about that park you don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
And I can't figure out if I'd be interested in this, or this
Bro.
sounds really dumb.
Have you ever taken? I've taken a few tours.
Yeah.
They suck.
They
What
don't
kind of
s-
tours?
No,
They
some are good.
See, first of all, anybody that gives a tour is boring as hell.
No. There are good tours. I've
They're
taken good tours.
corny and boring.
You-
They're in comfortable.
Boring, if you will.
They're in comfortable shoes
Boring.
and they're in wide slacks and they get a little flag and they're going to tell you the history of this. And it's never
Well-
the history you want.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. I'm telling you.
Oh my God. Why? You know what this is, Kimmy?
They gloss over all the good stuff.
You know what this is?
What?
He hates people that he thinks are smarter than him. So walking in, he's already done.
Here's what it is. He doesn't like history unless there's tragedy
But
involved.
there's gonna be tragedy.
No, but they always gloss over it. And then here's the other thing when you
I
take a
want
tour.
more details about how this person died here.
And here's the problem when you take a tour. If there's people in that tour, men, my
Yeah,
age,
you're right.
there's going to be two things.
You will get the know-it-all.
You get the follow-up question guy.
Okay.
Even though I know he already knows the answer. Or here's what you missed, lady. Let me explain
Mm-hmm.
it to you. Or I took a tour and this happened. And you're going to get stuck with both of those dudes.
I'll give you that. That sucks hard and it
yeah,
sucks
you're
long.
right.
Along with boring lady with flag.
But I don't think that tour person is boring all the time. I don't think tours are boring all
You
the time.
don't think somebody that dedicated themselves to the lilac tree is
Yeah, but
exciting?
you're taking the tour because you're interested in the history of it. I mean, what else do you want if somebody's telling you the
I want a
history of
mocktail
something?
now.
Like what do you need for it to be entertaining?
Give me some dirt. Give me some sexy, dirty stuff in the story like happened in history.
Yeah,
So you
okay,
just
look.
want them to start making up stories?
Hey,
then? I mean,
it's fine with me. I'm not gonna fact check you, lady. I just want to get out of here.
Look, I'm with you. I don't want to take the Flora tour. I'm not really interested in the flowers. But I may be interested in the Highland Park Historical Tour.
Okay.
I mean, there's got to be some.
bro, there's got to be some stuff.
Bro, it's a big-ass park. It's been around since 1800s.
Yeah.
There's got to be some stuff. Okay, fine. I'm going to go, and I'm not going to tell you
Show
anything
me
about
where
it.
the hangings were.
Oh,
my
my God.
God.
What is wrong with you?
You don't think they hung people back then?
In Highland Park?
Yes.
Oh, the famous Highland Park hangings.
They had plenty of trees. You gonna let them go to waste?
Dude, I don't
I got all these criminals over here. I bought all this rope.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. We have heard
It's
of.
time for a hanging.
We've heard some like terrible things about or yeah, I guess it's not out of the question that happened.
also,
Sure.
so like,
I hope not.
They used
okay,
to- yeah.
what's confusing to me is you crap all over ghost tours,
Mm.
but what you're describing is a ghost tour.
Oh, good point.
No, it's a straight up hanging.
No, but that would be
They,
that's what they
they're
describe.
just telling
It's
you about who
pre-ghost.
died, where, and when.
Yeah.
Pre-ghost.
But that's like a legit dude that got in trouble and they took care of business.
Ghost tour. Same thing in my
No,
mind.
it's not.
She's right. It's a ghost.
Very similar.
Yeah.
I hear there's ghosts around here. And they're looking for a mocktail. And maybe see roasted root for the 27th time.
Boom boy. All right, so maybe the Lilac Festival doesn't do it for you.
Yeah.
Maybe you got to get out of town for your fun,
Ooh, a getaway.
like a once in a lifetime opportunity kind of
I
thing.
mean, like a trip of a lifetime.
Well, I mean, this could be it.
Wow.
I mean, Bills fans travel really well.
Mm-hmm.
And this game on Sunday is the most important game for this franchise in 30 years, a legitimate, winnable game to get to the Super Bowl. And we know that folks from Rochester are going.
Yeah.
And if you are on the fence, because I know.
On the KC game?
Well, that's just it, Kimmy. We've been talking to people the last couple of days that are like,
Yeah.
It's doable.
It's extremely doable. But it's going to cost you more than you think.
I'm sure.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. I'll see you, Matt. T-minus 3 days until the biggest game in 30 years.
Yeah.
And I know there are Bills fans starting to get the itch.
Oh, sure.
How hard would it be to get to Kansas City? What would it feel like to watch this happen? Well, the good news, the way the NFL works now, if you have the money, you can be inside this game.
You can score a ticket.
Yeah, in Kansas City. The bad news, emphasis on if you have the money.
Is it that much?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:25, 8:30 this morning. You should know your coworkers well.
Yeah.
And you should be able to get in contact with your coworkers whenever you need them. At least that's what Kimmy and I believe. Because it turns out somebody in this room discovered that other than immediate proximity, there was no one he could get a hold of if he needed them outside of work.
What happened?
We'll get into it just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. So we all know that Bills Mafia travels well.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Bills Chiefs, 6:30 Sunday night. If you want to watch the game,
Go watch it.
go hang out with Miss Kimmy.
Oh, Lady K?
Yep, she'll be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chilai.
Yep.
AFC Championship style.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Food, drink, Kimmy, Bills.
Lot of laughs.
Go hang out with Kimmy at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chilai. Sunday, AFC Championship on CMF. And Tommy, it's not crazy to think there will be a large contingency of Bills fans in Kansas City Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
If you are toying with the idea of going,
Yeah.
Spectrum News may have poured some cold water in that idea this week.
Oh, why?
Well, they did a story on what it would cost to get from Western New York to the game.
And it's into the stadium.
Yes. Do you want to start with tickets? Okay.
500?
No. Tickets for this game are actually higher than what they would normally be for a Bills-Chiefs game at Arrowhead. But right now, to get in the door, you can get in for $254.
Oh.
It's pretty
I
good.
didn't
reasonable.
See that coming.
Well,
Yeah.
so here's the thing.
And Kansas
I mean,
City's
you're-
not an expensive town.
How many?
I mean, food, restaurants, and stuff. It's pretty on par with Rochester,
See, it used to be.
where they went top shelf.
Well, I don't know. The last time I was there, I was kind of surprised.
Oh,
How big?
all right.
How big is that?
Then again, it
stadium?
could have been my boss taking us to, fancy restaurants because it's a big deal now.
How
No,
many?
it is now.
Apparently, you got constipated.
This is a big deal stuff.
How many people does that stadium hold?
70,000. It's around the same. It's almost
Okay.
the same as
Gotcha.
Highmark.
I was
They were
just
built at the same
curious.
time.
Okay.
So $254, you're in the game.
Right, that's not bad
You're
for
gonna be
the,
up there though, probably.
No,
right?
but for the magnitude of this game.
I agree with you. But here's the thing. Tickets have also been coming down as this week has gone on. They started $400, so it's not crazy to think that as we get closer, if you wanted to roll the dice, you could save some more money.
Mm-hmm.
Then comes the idea of getting there. So we talked this morning about carpooling to Kansas City.
Yeah,
According to Spectrum, gas from Rochester to Kansas City will run you about $100
per car.
Yeah, you got it.
All right.
14-hour drive.
That's one way around.
Well, one way.
All right.
So, yeah, what, $50? What do you
I don't know.
You driving a moped?
All right, so $200 for gas.
There you go. A round-trip flight, however, is sitting around $1,000.
So that's what's gonna get you.
You got it. So,
Yeah,
right.
but then you get there quick.
Yeah, that's how planes work.
Yeah.
So if you were to fly and buy a ticket, you're at about $1,250 right now for the worst seat in the house. You need a place to stay? Hotels in the greater Kansas City area can be found for around $150 a night.
But you're probably not anywhere close to that stadium.
Yeah, but Kansas City is out. The stadium's out in the suburbs, so really nowhere you're close to the or out in the sticks. You're really nowhere close.
Okay.
All right, so you add in Ubers, you add in food. All in all, for the worst seat in the house, to fly to Kansas City and home will probably run you around $2,200
Per.
person. Well, yeah, probably per person minus
That's
the
what.
hotel room.
But that's with the flight, not the drive.
With a flight, with a driving, about $1,000.
That's a big difference.
It's
Saving-
also 30 hours different.
Yeah, but you're saving a G.
Is it worth it?
To save a G?
Either one. I mean, is $2,200 worth one game this weekend?
I think that's pushing it.
Okay, but $1,000 to drive.
$1,000. I mean, maybe you can work that.
Here's the problem, though. If you're going to drive, you have to take Friday off of work. There's no way you can make that drive
Yeah,
Saturday,
yeah.
get up, and be
All
ready
right,
to
so,
go
and
for
you
the
got to
game.
take Monday
You wouldn't
off.
want to do
You
that.
got it. And you may actually have to pay for an extra night of hotel if you're
Yeah.
going to drive, which is going to, I mean, it's not going to be $1,000, but it's still going to take
I mean, you
out your
could drive
budget.
overnight on the way home if you don't get blasted.
You're going to drive from
That sounds terrible.
11 o'clock at night when the game lets out.
I mean, if you don't get blasted.
No, don't listen to this, man. You wouldn't even get home until lunchtime
Yeah.
if you went all the way through.
No, but let's say, yeah, true.
No, I take
Yeah,
that
so
back.
you wouldn't
It's
be saving
15
it.
Look at
now.
how
Yeah.
exhausted you're going to be after that game.
Oh, God.
One way or the other.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. $2,200 to fly, about $1,000 to drive. You are in the house, worst seat in the house, Bills, Chiefs, Sunday. Is it worth it? And I guess it all depends on how the game ends, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Right. I mean, being there for what we all want,
Yeah.
it's not a question. That $2,200 would be worth it. But would you have the same amount of fun and a great experience if things don't go the Bills' way?
No.
No?
You just wasted $2,000 on Kansas City.
You'd have to feel like it was all for nothing.
It is.
You guys
You
think
know?
so?
Yeah, especially.
You've already been here and seen this.
Well, not
a
in person.
loss.
Not in person.
No, but they've already gotten here and lost. I mean,
Yeah.
if you don't get what you want out of this, that $2,200 is going to stick in your throat.
I understand, but being able to see an AFC Championship game with your team in it doesn't come around all the time.
No, but I don't know.
And I mean, even the first time the Bills went in 2021 with the Josh Allen experience, right, featuring Stephon Diggs, that game they were overmatched. Like they weren't cooked yet. They weren't ready. Now we have taken them out.
They're ready to go.
Yeah, 45
But doesn't
minutes.
that make it even more disappointing if things
Yeah.
don't go your way?
That's the only problem is I think the loss would really hurt.
I think you guys aren't appreciating the experience of traveling to another
I
stadium and the
want to
magnitude
say you're
of this
right.
game.
Like it's in all, you should be having a unique, cool experience, being in a different place, experiencing that game. But I think when you have so much invested in one side of it all,
Okay.
I think it kind of just ruins it all in the end.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about the story on Spectrum this week, what it'll cost to get you to Kansas City and inside this game. Long story short, if you're flying between ticket, hotel, Ubers, food, flight, it's going to run you about $2,200 a person. If you are going to drive 15 and a half hours, about $1,000 a person. And, look, I'll say this.
What's that?
Having gone last year to Kansas City for a Bills game,
Yeah.
the trip to Arrowhead is really cool. The tailgate scene is not Buffalo, but it's as close as I've seen to any other stadium, and everyone was very kind. The stadium is really cool in itself,
Okay.
right? And they took really good care of it because it's the same age as Highmark. You would have no idea. They have an old AFL museum inside. It's visually striking. If you have a chance
Yeah.
and you are on the fence right now, listen to me.
What are you going to do?
Screw it and go.
Okay.
Go. When are you going to have this chance? Go.
All right.
Go do it.
I mean, life is short. Don't
Do
be
it.
disappointed in Kansas City.
Look, there's time to make money back, man.
That's
We
true.
all got time to make money back. How many opportunities do you have like this?
I
Go.
know.
But there is also, Kimmy, one more factor in all of it.
What's that?
Well, see, here's the thing. I mean, this could be the last game of the season on Sunday. Or there could be one more.
Oh.
If the
One more game.
But that's a bridge too
One
far for
more
most
game.
people.
Is it?
The Super Bowl?
Super Bowl is in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Do you want to know?
How much? So did they crunch the numbers?
I got it right here. I,
Currently.
All right,
I-
so if
currently.
all right, so if getting in the door, crappiest seat Kansas City is 22.
Yeah.
It has to be.
all right, I'm going to
Even
break.
just the ticket alone.
I'm going to break it down for you because I crunched
Yeah.
these numbers myself. Are you ready?
Okay.
Oh, all right, you did it. All right.
Right now,
Mhm.
on the secondary market, a single ticket for the worst seat in the house in the Super Bowl
One ticket.
At the Superdome.
Go
at the
alone.
Superdome in New Orleans, worst seat in the house, end zone, top 5 rows, will run you $6,500 a seat.
Yeah, that's just a little bit more.
Flights are actually cheap. Like you,
Right now, they're
you're
cheap.
right. You're right.
Yeah.
Right? But it's the hotel that's going to bury you. If you want to stay anywhere in New Orleans, you are looking at minimum $1,200 a night hotel stay.
Okay, so how many nights? You need a minimum of 3 nights.
Yeah, let's say you go
Minimum.
Saturday, Sunday,
Monday.
Monday.
Right.
So you're looking at $3,000 for a hotel,
You're already at 6 what?
$6,500 for the seat.
Oh, so you're almost at 10G.
You're at 10G now. We haven't included food. We haven't included Ubers, partying.
Hookers. And I don't know what are hookers going for down there now?
I don't know. I mean, economy's bad, so that usually lowers the
It's not
price.
that bad.
Okay.
And it depends what you want on the menu.
I mean, you could be looking at $12,000 for a trip to Kansas, and that's per person.
That's only $24,000 a couple.
Oh no, it probably with the because you split a hotel with somebody. You're looking at for 2 people.
You could buy a used Mercedes for $24,000.
So here's my question.
What?
Let's say you're picking between these 2 games.
Mhm.
Do you take the guarantee and bargain of $2,200, or do you hold out and potentially see the greatest game of our lives in person, a bucket list experience? How many people have been to a Super Bowl, for God's sakes, for like $12,000 and change?
So I think that the better experience would be going to New Orleans.
Okay.
But the better game's going to be in Kansas City. If you want to see
Okay.
the game experience, this matchup is going to be unbelievable. Where the Super Bowl could be a blowout.
It could be.
Yeah.
There's been some
Well-
Super Bowls that are just goddamn boring.
Not
Or-
recently, though.
I know, but over the history of the 50-something years?
Sure.
A lot of blowouts.
Or think about spending. I mean, we're talking about the the guilt of spending that money if your team loses. Imagine spending that to watch your team potentially lose a Super Bowl. Does that hurt more, or are you just happy that you saw a Super Bowl?
I think the Super Bowl is different because it's a bucket list for only the
it's
most.
the entire experience.
Yes, and everything that happens around the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I was fortunate enough to be in New York City when they did that. I didn't go to the game, right? But just being around everything that was unbelievable.
Right.
Okay.
It was unbelievable. So I mean, it would suck watching your team lose in the Super Bowl.
Right, but you wouldn't feel like you wasted it.
I don't think you'd regret it.
Okay.
But the price
Depending
is
on how
ridiculous.
it goes.
Yeah, but again,
I mean, Kansas City's an affordable town.
yeah.
It's a friendly town.
But
It's
then
not-
you wake up and
it's
you're
not
in Kansas.
dirty or dangerous. Their cost of prostitution is way down. They've always kept it that way. They've always kept it working man prices.
Yeah, but then you get working man prostitute.
Yeah. Good Missouri cooch.
It costs an extra $20.
Prime Missouri cooch.
It costs extra $20 to get her to take her Carhartt off. I'll do it, but only in my Carhartt.
I also don't know if Kansas City is like a bucket list city for most people. Like maybe you don't appreciate.
Wait,
I'm
you
saying,
mean
like,
taking out the game?
Well, no. I'm saying like you're talking about.
They have
these-
stockyards in downtown Kansas City.
I'm talking about, you know how you're talking about like going to a unique place like
Yeah.
New Orleans or
Yeah.
like. I don't know. I mean, once you go there, I'm sure you appreciate it more, but you're not going there because it's going to be a unique experience city-wise, right?
Oh, you're talking about Kansas City.
Yeah,
Yes.
like,
City
you know,
itself,
the
no.
sightseeing
It's
and
very,
stuff.
it's very
Yeah,
Midwest country.
Everything's
yeah.
made of concrete.
That's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're just going there for the game and to maybe get some good food.
I mean, they
you
got
know?
good food. They got
Yeah.
nice bars and stuff, but it's not. Oh my
Right,
God!
Right.
No, but
Kansas City.
she makes a great point. I mean, yes, you would be spending more money probably on anything in your life going to the Super Bowl, but it would also be a game and a vacation.
Yes.
Whereas the trip to Kansas City,
It's the game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
you're
just
not
It's
really-
all business.
Yeah.
It's a business trip for a fan.
This is where the Kansas City Royals play,
Mm-hmm.
and then the Kings used to play.
Especially this time of year.
Yeah, the weather's not going to be great.
Yeah.
You could take a tour of the Kemper Arena if it's still around.
That's what we're talking. Yes,
Is
I
it
think
still
it is.
there?
Yeah, I think it's still there.
That thing's been around since I was a baby.
If I remember correctly, do they have livestock auctions in there now?
I think so. Yeah.
I'll say this again, and I
Listen.
want you to listen to me. 'cause
I'm
I,
listening.
I know that there are people, again, that are on the fence, and they're looking for a sign. What do I do? Do I go to Kansas City? Your favorite team only has a few runs at being good in your lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
And being there for those moments, money is hard to come by,
Yeah.
but it always comes back around eventually.
Mm.
If you are there for these
Unless you're
moments,
homeless.
yeah. But you could be homeless with this memory.
Look at that.
And that's just it. If you are there for this, if the Bills pull it out and you're there, you have that forever. If you have been thinking about doing this and you have the means to do it, this is your message right now from the heavens to pull the trigger and go.
Throw that plastic down and go.
Don't think about it. Just do it.
All right.
Because you, as long as the Bills win, and I cannot be held responsible for anything that goes wrong, you will not regret when it's all said and done having been there. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
You know, if you are going to take a trip, probably got to take a day off or two.
Oh, sure.
Maybe work while you're on the road. Maybe you can pull
Oh,
that off,
all
right?
right.
So, which means you have to have contact with your coworkers when you're not there. And I mean, we also live in a society now, Kimmy, where when you are off of work, it's expected that your coworkers can get a hold of you. So they would need your cell phone.
So you're
number.
always connected.
Yeah. Because like you have everyone's cell phone number here.
Pretty much, yeah. I have
Yeah.
a decent amount of people. Yeah.
I do too.
Huh.
We'll get into it next year in the break
Okay.
room on CMF. odds are good you spend more time with the people you work with
Oh, yeah.
than any of your friends and family.
Sure.
And most jobs are not 9 to 5 anymore. No. You know, you require
It's go, 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 baby.
You need access to everyone all the time. So being able, don't hurt yourself. What is that?
Things are popping, baby.
Being able to get a hold of any of your coworkers at any moment seems like a no-brainer.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why this man could be the last of his kind with what he doesn't have.
Got to be connected with my peeps.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Do not forget, we had to move it this week due to our Bills coverage on Tuesday. We are about 30 minutes away from everyone's favorite break room game.
Oh, boy.
A special Thursday edition
Mm-hmm.
of Where They Whine. And again, when we do this on Thursdays, it usually becomes a train wreck. So I will do everything I can to establish to the people that are not used to it
Yeah.
how this works.
Okay.
Let them know the
Yeah,
rules.
but trust me, you want to be here, set your phone alarm or stick with us. 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So earlier this week, we needed something done that we couldn't do ourselves.
Yeah.
It required an upstairs person.
Yeah.
And a very kind upstairs person. So we're trying to figure it out without bothering anybody else because we don't want to be a bother.
Yeah.
And it specifically involved Tommy. So I asked Kimmy, she goes, I can't really do it. I can't help you out. I go, and we go, all right, well, just get a hold of this woman.
Yeah.
And Tommy goes, how? And I said, just text her.
Yeah.
And it got quiet
Yes.
because you don't have her phone number.
I do not have her phone number. But she's fairly new.
She's been here for like 3 years.
That's
Yeah.
pretty new.
Okay. So then we start thinking of other people Tommy can text that we work with
Yep.
that can help him out with this
Yeah.
thing.
People I would be sure that he would have their number.
And it became very apparent,
Yes, what's up?
other than Kimmy and I,
Mhm.
you don't have the cell phone number of a single person that works in this building.
I do not. None.
Like
None.
we work with probably 100 people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
In and out of the
all said
building.
and done. Oh,
And
in and
people
out,
that you've
yeah.
worked with for decades.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Spazzano, you've known for
Yeah.
30 years.
I've never had his phone number. Ever. I've never talked to Scott Spazzano. I've known Scott Spazzano.
I've never talked to Scott Spazzano. It sounds like he's been accused of murder.
So I've known Scott for 31 years since I've lived here, right? 31, 32 years. I've never spoke to him on a phone. I've never called him on a cell phone, a landline, ever.
How is that possible?
I know.
Matter of fact, all those people outside of that morning show that I was on back in the day,
Yeah.
I never talked to him.
Okay.
Why would I?
There is not a person who we work with in this building whose phone number I don't have. And Kimmy, I would assume you're the same way.
Yeah, at this point, like with all this, you've had to deal with different people for different reasons. I think I have majority of the people's number. Yeah.
Yeah, my ex-wife works upstairs. Don't
Yeah.
have her number.
Well, yeah, that one I get.
I burnt it.
You burnt the contact in your phone?
No, back in the day, I had a phone book. I burnt the whole phone book.
Wait, they're just going to give you another phone book, though.
Yeah,
next
I
year.
didn't see that coming. I didn't think it through.
Do you not? Because there have been times. there have been times when people have to reach out to you for a specific reason too. Like, do you panic when you see that number pop up and you don't know who it is?
When have they ever reached out to him for
So
anything?
this has happened.
Oh,
So
Because then you feel like you should know who this is, but I don't, and I don't know how to be like, hey, who is this?
So the when I was driving a car for Vision,
yeah.
the sales guy who handled that account, I never had his actual phone number in my.
You didn't save it.
Was that?
You didn't
I
save
never
it.
saved it, so it would just come up as the number, and then I would go, hey, and then go, hey, it's so and so. I go, yeah, okay, what's up? So even that guy that I should have had his number, I didn't, but I didn't really need it because I did talk to that guy, so business got done.
Okay, 252 WCMF.
I don't have the car anymore.
252 WCMF,
I need a lift home.
9263. What is the better way to be? Should you be able to get a hold of your coworkers at all times, or is it better to be a ghost where you work? Because here's the thing, Tommy, if you're doing this intentionally, I get where you're coming from. And it may actually be the better way. Because no matter how great the peace and quiet is off the clock, there will come a day where someone's going to need something from you. Yeah, there's going to be an issue, and you're going to be pulling what is left of your hair out, trying to find a way to get work done off the clock.
Okay.
Which sucks,
Yeah.
and it really sucks. But at the same time, as we saw earlier this week, there may come a time
Oh boy.
where you need to get a hold of someone with an emergency.
Oh my God! What emergency?
I don't know, yeah, with you, I guess.
You need to be let into the building. something like that.
I'll call
And-
one of you guys.
Well, what if we're not here?
Yeah.
We're not here to do the show.
That's also a great point. He doesn't do the show
Why
without
else
us.
do-
Yeah.
I don't know if you have to record something you forgot. I don't
He
know.
doesn't record his own
I
stuff.
know.
God, you're the
all right.
only person in America that doesn't have to have everyone else's cell phone number because you've somehow drank lazy yourself into this position.
I'll take it.
God.
It worked. The
Kimmy,
experiment worked.
you didn't
Alcoholism works,
you didn't
man.
know what you were doing. You're
But
just
it
an
still
idiot.
counts. It all looks the same in the box scores, right?
You've been the
A
worst.
hit's a hit.
You've been the worst person in the world your entire life, and you keep somehow backing into these golden situations, and it drives me nuts.
Oh, I backed into some golden situation last night at your mama's house.
How would that work,
It was different, but we had fun.
Kimmy?
We made it work.
Is sharing your number with everyone you work with, or keeping yourself a ghost, the better way to be?
Probably keeping yourself a ghost.
Okay.
Only because.
Oh, with
if
your
they-
skin, yeah.
Only because. Oh my God. That was the pettiest thing you've ever said.
It is catty bitch hour now with Tommy Lee.
Only because that way, you're never going to be the go-to person in an emergency. And if you're somebody that doesn't want to take on more responsibilities or more of a role, then that kind of eliminates you
But
from
what's
the
the
conversation.
headaches?
Because it does kind of suck when
It'll
you
get done.
volunteer that information. So now people almost like, even if it's not an emergency, will go to you for things because they just think, oh, they'll handle it.
And I
you
don't know what number they have of me here anymore. Because you know when they always say, will you please
Update,
update
yeah.
all your stuff? I've never done it since I've been here.
So you just keep clicking accept?
So
Still your
they may
landline?
have my landline from my Webster house. I'm
Damn.
not kidding you.
So there's some poor schmuck in Webster getting calls from
Yes.
the FCC on a weekly basis?
This is a vision. We want our car back.
252 WCMF. We realized earlier this week when Tommy needed something that the only cell phones from the 100 people we work with that he has in his phone are me and Kimmy. He has worked in this business for 30-something years.
Yeah, 32 years.
With some people the entire time, and he somehow does not have their cell phone in his phone. Now, Kimmy, I understand what you're saying, right? It does sound like paradise to not be able to be contacted as soon as work is
But
done.
if you need something,
That's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other issue that shows up is if you are not at beck and call from your boss, someone above you, it may look like you're not reliable. And if you are
Okay.
someone that wants to make themselves valuable at work or maybe try and work themselves up the chain, the smarter play may be to not only share your phone with everybody, but have everyone else's phone
Well,
ready to go.
yes.
are
If you're
kind of-
looking to get somewhere, yeah, you have to be connected. But you can't say I'm not reliable. I've been here 32 years, so I am reliable.
You do come in every day.
And I don't care about your chain.
Yeah, it's setting a
I
boundary.
said F your chain many years ago. You can shove your chain. Don't care about it. So
Shove your chain.
shove your chain, baby.
You were saying, Kimmy?
It's setting a boundary, right? It's saying
It's all about
I am
boundaries.
home and I do not care what is going on back
Right.
at work.
Okay, but boundaries, it's also an interesting idea
You
because
need
you're
to
right.
disconnect.
Look, I'm with you. You should be able to set a boundary
Mm-hmm.
with your employer. But there are a lot of employers that don't like that. And although they won't out and out
Right.
punish you for it,
There's going to be
you'll pay.
people are going to get ahead.
Oh, you'll pay.
You will.
Yeah.
You will.
Well, you think they're going to give you some leather chair to sit and run your mouth? Don't think so.
That leather chair came over from Weeze's old
Our
studio.
still works. It's a good quality lazy boy chair.
252 WCMF. Are there jobs anymore where you can protect your cell phone number from your coworkers?
I don't know of one.
Because like there are some jobs like you just brought up. When you're hired, they will ask for it and they'll post it everywhere where people can see it, right? In case of emergency. And if you get hired and they were to say, we need your phone, and you were to say, I'd rather keep that to myself, that sounds really suspicious.
Yeah, I don't think you could get away with that now.
Yeah. I mean, and we talk about getting contacted for work outside of work hours and how much that would suck. I don't know if that would be the worst part. I think the worst part
What?
would be a coworker that now believes we're friends.
Oh, yeah.
Because when you give a coworker your cell phone,
That's a pest.
there is that gray area of, unless you out and out say, only call me or text me in case of work emergencies, you give someone your phone number, we're friends. And how many times do you want to look someone in the face and be like, do not use this unless you have
You
to?
can't.
Yeah.
Right?
You're
You can't.
stuck at that point. You can't go backwards.
So, like when that coworker who maybe I mean, they're nice
Abusing
and
the
all.
power a
Yeah,
little.
because like, and you also can't ignore that coworker when they text or call you because
Right.
you got to see them every single day.
Yeah.
Put you in a bad spot.
It's a very bad spot.
Okay, shut up. Why are you so smug right now? You didn't do it on purpose. You're just lazy.
Yeah, but it works. Again, take the win when you can get it.
Kimmy.
You also have to fear, and this is like a new thing that has popped up recently. Maybe, for me, I don't know if it existed before. The work group chat.
Oh, it's the worst. That is the worst.
I realize that may be one of the most annoying ones to be a part of because, to your point, you have to participate. It's not like, how you could just send an emoji in like a friend group chat just to show you're like, I read the text. When you are in a work group chat and you see everybody else replying and professionally replying,
So you got to match that reply?
You have to like draft something up that matches everybody else's tone.
Can't get the thumbs up?
Well, to Kimmy's point.
You're now being compared to all the people in the group chat.
To Kimmy's point, Friday night, we're done with work. We got the weekend. I'm on my way to Oswego for a hockey tournament. It was Thursday, whatever. It was.
Yeah.
We get a text from a coworker. Kimmy and I
I forgot
are on this
about
text.
that group chat. That
Yes.
was a different one.
And he asks,
Yeah.
he needed to borrow something from our studio, and it was something that is Kimmy's pretty much.
Yeah.
And it was a standoff between Kimmy and I. Oh, who was going to answer
Who answers first?
Yep. And Kimmy finally broke like 4 hours
Ooh.
later.
4 hours you made
Well,
the dude sit?
I
honestly-
didn't want to make the decision. I like this guy a lot. He's a really good dude. But I didn't want to make the decision.
Well, yeah, because it wasn't really your decision.
But Kimmy is the least confrontational person on the planet.
But she also doesn't
He's
check
also
anything.
this person is somebody that we rely on heavily, and I
that dude.
I also
You don't know who that is.
Yeah, right there.
No.
I also know he's
Wasn't it?
asking us because
Oh.
he's doing something that isn't probably his job or his. So it's like you feel like you got to help this guy out. You know what I mean?
252 WCMF, how do you ask that coworker for their number when you're looking for it? Because that can also get uncomfortable if it doesn't happen naturally.
Oh.
Like,
So you'd have to go up and go, hey, man, can I have your number just in case?
yeah, right? Like, or asking, hey, can I have your phone number? Like, if it's not one of those things where, like, here's my number in case you need
Yeah.
anything, and you have to ask them. I mean, you do feel like you need a reason why. Like, just in case sometimes doesn't cut it, because then it
Yeah.
makes you sound like a desperate guy at a bar. Can I have your number just in case? I'll call you.
So you'd have to swap numbers, really. It'd have to be an even prisoner swap.
Well, yeah, but the swap,
right? Something for something here.
the swap doesn't exist anymore. You give me your number, I text you with my number, then you save it.
Okay.
That's how that works.
But there would be an exchange of numbers.
Yes.
So what if you ask for that number, you don't get the one, like, oh, yeah, here's my number.
And then I
And-
just keep that number and don't text
But then you never get that dude's number.
Is that a faux pas?
Well, that sounds like a cold slap in the face. That's like saying I love you, you don't get a reply.
Yeah, you're right.
That's a big old meatball hanging there.
So if you ask for a coworker's phone number, you immediately have to give them yours? It's not
I would
an exchange?
assume that's what they're looking for.
All right. Kimmy, let's say, because there are some coworkers whose numbers we really just don't need, but we have.
Yeah.
If that person comes to you and asks for your number, are you forced to give it to them?
Yeah. I can't imagine a world where you'd say no to anybody because if they ask why, and I just simply say because I don't want you to have my number, there's no way you can dance around that coworker asking that question.
Well, no, I
you
mean-
can't say like I don't want you to have it.
You could simply say there's no reason for you to need it.
That sounds so bad.
Well, I mean, technically, you would have it as soon as you called them. You get that, and they would have your number.
No, I'm saying I'm just saying straight
Right,
up,
you know,
nobody's
straight
got
up.
anyone's number. Can I
Right.
have your, hey, let me get your phone number. Is there a way to get out of giving them your
I don't
number?
think so.
A coworker?
I'm sure you could, but it'd be a huge dick move.
I keep it private.
Yeah, you're beneath me.
I'm running out of minutes.
I don't need to. I don't need you in my life.
I have a burner phone. Well, my old man, he's a cop.
Yeah.
Growing up, he had an unlisted phone number.
Mm.
So, like, it was a big deal who we gave our phone number.
Well, yeah,
out.
considering his job, yeah.
Bro, he's a Gates cop. Like, with all due respect, I don't know how many people are calling my dad. Oh, I'm going to come get you. You didn't get the cat out of that tree fast enough yesterday. You got the spikiest hair I've ever seen, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
But it was unlisted.
Yeah. And it was almost something, he almost bragged about it.
Well, because it made
Being
you feel like you're above
private
everybody.
person.
But you just call the phone book and go, don't put my number in there.
Yes.
It's not like, there's not like VIP clearance for an unlisted phone number in the phone book. All right, let's take a break. Tommy, once again in the commercial break, was bitching about how cold it is this morning, despite the fact that it feels 20 degrees warmer.
But it's still horrible out.
I mean, the one thing that sucks
It's not even 20.
the one thing that sucks the last couple of days is the ice on the windshield
Mm.
and how long it takes to scrape it off or heat it up or how it damages your windshield wipers. And we have been told for generations, Tommy, that when there is snow or ice coming, you should do this with your windshield wipers. And they lied.
I wish they'd do an investigative report about it.
Oh, it's interesting. Would you consider that a good question?
Oh, that's a deep dive good question.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see you back. You know, at some point in history, someone was told, you need to do this.
Oh.
This is good for your car.
Oh.
And we can't pinpoint the exact moment that was, but once people started seeing other people doing it, they did it too.
You
Yeah.
thought you were wrong for not doing it.
Thank you. I always kind of judge people like, oh, you think you're better than me by doing this? I never did this. And now I feel vindicated, man.
All right.
Because it turns out all you people thinking you were being prepared were actually suckers. Suckers. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. In just a little while, a very special Thursday edition.
Oh, boy.
Kimmy's got her post ready to go from the neighborhood apps. We're going to figure out where they whining.
Let's do it.
And we're going to carefully explain it because Thursdays always end up being a crap show when we do it. Where they whining, special Thursday edition just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So last night, 10 NBC decided to ask a good question. Where were you?
Sorry, you kind of surprised me.
I was trying to walk you into it.
Sorry.
Try this again. 10 NBC decided to ask.
Good question.
See, you did it now, too.
You faked me out.
Yeah, I did. 10 NBC
What's
did
that?
a story about whether or not, with the cold weather we've had, you should be lifting up your windshield wipers.
Yeah, taking them off the shield.
Yep, went.
What?
Did you say
Taking
them
them
off
off
the
the
shield?
shield.
You think that makes you sound tough?
That's car talk.
No, it's not. I've never
That's
heard
car
that.
talk.
Nobody's ever said that.
Yeah.
Should you pull your windshield wipers off your car and lift them up when you're not driving in the wintertime? The idea behind it is, well, they're not going to get stuck to the car.
Yeah.
I don't want to damage my windshield. This is the better thing to do. So they went out to Scotty's Automotive in Brake.
Oh, one of your top guys.
Yep. And they talked to Paul. Couldn't get Scotty, apparently. Paul, who works out there, I'm going to read you a quote. It is not a good idea to prop up your windshield wipers in the winter.
Oh, it doesn't work?
No, no, it works. You could do it, but there's a couple of reasons. One, it stresses the spring in the windshield wiper.
You got to get the pressure off the spring.
The tension in that spring
Too much tension.
keeps the windshield wiper on the window. So that could affect how they work when
So
you put
then you
it back
have
down.
loose wipers.
Yeah. And
Nothing like a bad loose wipe.
look, man, we've met a couple of girls who were loose wipers.
Yeah.
Two,
Stay away.
if you get a strong wind and your windshield wipers are up, they can be bent backwards. They can be blown off.
Blown off?
Or three, if they get blown the other way, they can come down hard, crack the window.
Oh, man.
Damn.
Like
Gotta
the
cost you some money.
Yeah, the worst thing you can do, it turns out, is prop up these
Oh.
windshield wipers. And what I find the most interesting about
What's
this,
that?
I've been on this planet 38 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Since I was a child, I've seen people doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not until this very moment that I am finding out personally, this is bad.
Yeah,
Oh.
nobody ever questioned it.
Because it looked like, yeah,
Maybe
it
that's
makes
why it's
sense.
a
Yeah,
good question.
not even close.
Oh, that's what it's called.
Was nobody going to say anything? Because, here's the thing.
What?
Even 10 NBC, nobody went to 10 NBC was like, this is a bad idea.
Yeah.
They had to go to Scotty's, talk to Paul.
Yes.
And then Paul, like, were you guys keeping this quiet for a very long time?
Yeah,
Like,
because it's in their favor for you to wreck your windshield because then you have to go fix it.
Well, no, because then
Big
Paul
windshield.
He's got the springs. He's got the tension.
What is he? He's opening up a trench coat? What do you
Yeah.
mean? Spring tension?
I think what's also funny about this too is for years you were shamed for not doing it.
Thank
Like
you.
it was an unspoken thing where if you saw everybody else around you, all your neighbors had them up, people in the parking lot
Yeah.
had them up. You you felt like you looked stupid, like you didn't know what you were doing if you forgot to put up your windshield wipers.
Everyone I saw put up their windshield wipers always had like an LL Bean coat on. Like, there's a type of person.
I always feel like more people do it than don't do it.
You think so?
Well, especially when you know there's a lot of snow coming.
Maybe it depends on where you live.
Could be.
Like, are East Siders more likely to lift up their windshield wipers than West Siders?
I knew a lot of West Siders that did it.
Okay, maybe I'm off there. But you
Yeah.
also lived in a nice place on the West Side?
Driving around, you see it.
Driving, even in the poor parts. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. 10NBC does Good Question yesterday, and their good question was, should I put my windshield wipers up off my car in the wintertime? And they went out to Scotty's Automotive, and the guy out there, not Scotty, Paul, said,
Yeah.
no, don't do that. You're going to damage your windshield. And it's been how long we've been doing this, and nobody ever said don't do this.
Okay.
Like, now you don't think, how did not a single person who works in that industry like put on social media
Tell
somewhere?
people?
Yeah, don't,
Yeah.
hey, this is a bad idea. It's a really bad
Yeah,
idea.
but I wonder if there's guys that even in the business didn't know not to do that.
You would have to know.
Not necessarily.
Of all the crap that's shared on Facebook and
No,
social
but
media,
back-
that never circulated.
But like when it started, because this has been going on for a long time.
Sure.
So it's just kind of like everybody just does this.
No, but you would think the first person that's like, my windshield wipers aren't working, they're not hugging the window or
But
I
it didn't
shattered.
stop anything.
yeah.
The other fascinating part about this story
What's that?
is it's a unique study in how information travels. because I don't know if anyone's ever been told, lift up your windshield wipers.
Yeah.
We were only doing it
You
because,
saw it.
yeah, exactly. And now Kimmy's on the phone, but there
And
was.
you knew why they did it, because if you're in a Wegmans parking lot, why else would your windshield wipers be up like that? You didn't drive around like that.
Sure,
You
sure,
would have noticed it.
So when I was a kid,
Yeah.
and Kimmy will remember this, in like middle school, there was this rumor, and this was pre-internet,
Yeah.
that Marilyn Manson had his ribs removed so he could knob himself.
Yeah.
You remember that?
That was a big story.
Kimmy, you remember that? You remember that, right?
Right.
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay.
Turns out it didn't work.
But, again, there was no social media.
Mhm.
There was no, like, magazine article in Rolling Stone written about it. Somehow, to every school in America,
Yeah, it got out.
this rumor dispersed, and everyone heard it.
Yeah.
Everyone heard it. Nobody knows how every kid in middle and high school heard that rumor back in the day.
Mhm.
And it's kind of this, because nobody ever went to anyone and was like, lift up your windshield wipers.
Yes.
And people that did it,
It got out by word of mouth.
but they never asked why.
No, they didn't.
We just did it, and it was bad.
That looks right.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, how are you, brother?
Good. How you doing?
Good, Chris.
Listen, this is going to sound like an old guy thing to say, but
No.
I've been saying that for years about the springs in the windshield wipers. I swear to God, every time I see it, I say that they're going to stretch those springs out. You know.
So who do you say
People-
it to? Who do you say it to, though, Chris?
I'm sorry.
Who do you say it to? Because whoever that person's with you, I would hate you so much if I'm your wife. Hey, you know what? I'm going to stretch some springs out over there.
Yeah, my girlfriend, my daughters, things like that. You know, it's just like, and you know, it's like I said, it's like a dad thing to say. I guess.
You're right. Well,
But,
Chris,
yeah, it's kind of funny.
Chris-
Kind of funny that you guys brought this up today.
we're happy you're vindicated, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, take care. There goes Chris. And then there are people, Tommy, that sometimes can't handle new information.
Like what?
Well, I mean, look, like we're kind of seeing this with American history, right? You're raised and you are given what happened.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, there is stuff that was kind of like not presented that may challenge what you believe in, but you have held so fast to this belief, you don't want to change your opinion.
Okay.
That's why we're going to talk to Kevin. He's on CMF. Hey, how are you, Kevin?
I am well.
Okay, what's up?
We lift the wipers so we don't tear them up. Do you know how many wipers, blades, and arms I have lost over the years by not lifting them up?
Too many to count.
Yes. And now all of a sudden, one random dude at a garage says the spring is going to wear out, and everybody says they can't do this anymore.
So you're telling me you don't believe Paul at Scotty's Automotive that it's bad?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. My experience in life
Okay.
with wipers the whole life teaches me that's the thing to do.
But
Because
why?
when I didn't do it, I lost many wiper blades.
Because they were frozen to the window.
Yeah.
But you were just being lazy. You could have detached them from the window
Yes.
with your scraper.
Yes, but if I lift up the blades, then I can put them down and I can be lazy. I mean,
No, but in being lazy, you're damaging your car, according to Paul over at Scotty's Automotive.
You just believe Paul, though.
no, I put my wipers up so I don't damage my blades.
He's a lifter.
Okay. All right.
I'm a non-lifter.
Yeah.
And I've never lost a windshield wiper in the 32 years I've lived here.
Well, bro, Kevin's
Well,
losing
you
a...
probably always parked in a garage.
No, I used to park
Yeah, he
outside.
does have you there.
No, but I used to park outside.
Oh, Mr. Pittsford doesn't have a garage?
Ooh, checkmate, bitch. You know what? I didn't like Kevin at first, but he's coming. He's growing
I
on
don't
me.
like Kevin.
Hey, Kevin, all right, so what you're telling me then is even with this new information presented to you,
He ain't listening.
right, you're going to keep doing what you're doing because that's what you believe in.
No, I'm just saying I don't believe that guy. I'm parking in the garage, so I don't need to put anything up.
So the call
He's
was
done paying
pointless.
the price, man.
But no, but the call was pointless because he's parking in the garage. Doesn't even need to do it anymore.
The call wasn't pointless. I got to argue with you guys.
All right, great call, Kevin. Was he doing a funny voice or is that his real
That's
voice?
his voice.
Oh,
I know.
all right.
A little bit of a high talker.
Yeah, I know. Look, who am I to judge? I get up high.
No, I'm going to judge him. That's a
Okay.
high talk.
All right. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more call
Hmm?
because now it turns out it's turning. It's turning because
Okay.
we thought that we've established something
Yeah.
new to help people. And you know what they say?
What they say.
Well, like there are some people whose message is so radical,
Mm-hmm.
it's not accepted in their time.
Okay.
And we're starting to feel like those people.
So people have had their minds blown right now.
Well, so much so that we're catching the flack for it.
What happened?
Well, John's on CMF. Hey, John, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. I didn't see the news story, but I got to imagine Berkeley Breen interviewed other people. besides
First
this
of all, let
one
me
guy,
stop you. Let me
because
stop you. It was Emily Putnam. Emily Putnam did a bang-up job on this story, but go on, John, go on.
All right, well, I appreciate Emily's reporting. I've seen a lot more damage from leaving them down, and not just wiper blades, but sometimes wiper motors. Because if your wiper blades freeze to the windshield, and sometimes you turn your motor on, if they're frozen that stuck, you might need a new wiper motor. So I've seen, and I've got like guys that drive for me. So we've got a lot of wiper motors, wiper blades, and I've never heard of the wind blowing somebody's wiper down and smashing the windshield. I don't know if you guys have heard that.
Okay.
So yeah,
I just listen to Ice-T and I get Car Shield because you never know when one of your babies is going to go bad on you.
But John, let me ask you this question. Just a couple of guys
It's going to ruin a motor pad.
having a reasonable debate about wiper blades. John, Paul over at Scotty's Automotive stands to benefit from people that damage their cars.
That's a good point, Pat.
So, John, if it were beneficial to keep the blades down, let me try this again. If what you're saying, if it's worse to keep the blades down, okay, no, now I confuse myself.
He's telling you that don't damage your windshield.
Okay,
and your wipers.
Okay.
Which is counterproductive to what he does for a living, which is repair things.
No, he works at something. Oh, you mean Scotty?
The guy that, the mechanic.
Sure.
Why would he do that?
I'm with. Thank you.
Yeah, but life experience tells me I've heard a lot more damage from wiper blades, wiper motors.
Who do you talk to? That you have this much side information on other people's windshield?
Wait, you don't go to the coffee shop out in Pittsford every week for motor talk?
They don't let me in.
No?
You know why? Wipers down.
Yeah, you're probably right. John, listen, buddy. One day.
Wipe on,
You're either
Johnny.
a wiper up or wiper down.
No, one day
There's
we're-
no in between,
keep it
buddy.
up.
But make sure you wipe.
One day we're going to find
keeping them up. That's it.
John, one day we're going to find out the truth, and you don't want to be the last man with his blades up where he finally has to admit, oh, my God, all these years I was wrong.
You don't want to be the
When
wrong
my
side of wiper
springs-
history.
When my springs go out, I'll go see that guy, and I will call you guys back, and I will admit that I was wrong when that happens.
Oh, a follow-up.
Can't wait. John, thanks for the call, buddy. Good luck.
Thanks.
There you go. I feel like this got deeper than it was supposed to.
Yeah, it sure did.
Let's take a break. All right. If you want to guarantee getting in, you call us, and you call us right now, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you are a diehard break room listener, you know what's about to happen.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Kimmy's got a post from the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud, removing street names and town references. We're going to make some guesses. If you are new to this segment, we are going to meticulously explain how it works so we don't have the same garbage fire we normally have when we have to move it to Thursdays. It's that time.
Yeah, let's do it.
Where they whine. And next, here in the break room. Let's see that. I'm excited and I'm scared.
Why?
Well, there are some people that have never been exposed to this that are about to get the greatest radio experience of their life.
Oh, boy.
Because we've been hearing it from across the country.
What are they saying?
It's in all the papes. This is the greatest radio game of all time. However, when we move it to a day we don't normally do, traditionally, it's a garbage fire.
Things get weird.
Yeah, very, very
Things
weird.
get weird.
So we're going to do the best we can to explain this in the most meticulous detail.
All right.
It's 9 o'clock. We have moved it from Tuesday to Thursday. Thanks for the bills. It's time for Where They Whine.
Let's do it.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, and here's how it works. And listen closely, because we need you. We need you. Listen.
Come on.
Kimmy has a post from one of the neighborhood apps, your next doors, your all that stuff like that. They are sent from listeners to Kimmy, and we love you for it. She has removed the street names and obvious references to the town in this post. But there is enough left over in there that you will be able to deduce.
You got to deduce.
Based on simply listening.
You listen and you deduce.
Which town she is talking about. And everyone that can hear us, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you think you know what town that is, you call us as we try to figure out where they whine. If you want to watch the chaos happen live, you can log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. Our live stream brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing. Stock up on that IPA this weekend, baby.
Yeah.
How about the kind?
Well, you're going to need it. You should always be kind.
Good call. All right. It has been explained. The ball is now in your hands.
All right.
Kimmy?
Yep.
Let's do this thing.
Rockport! Greece! Fairport! Where they whining?
Maybe because I'm new to blank, I was unaware that you guys have different rules here. This is my family's first winter since we moved to, and then names the neighborhood that they live. And I'm a little taken aback by how little people go out of their way to help a neighbor. This was never a problem when we lived in our old house on blank. Let me explain what I mean. I have a snowblower, and I work an odd schedule. So during that first mini snowstorm we got, I was out there early in the morning cleaning the driveways of my neighbors on both sides. It's just what you're supposed to do. Or so I thought.
Dun, dun, dun!
Not that I expect anything in return. However, when I'm in a bind, I would think it would be common courtesy to exchange the favor. That never happened. And listen to this. While I was out of town on business and we had another decent snowfall, no one stepped up to help shovel out my wife's car, which had been blocked into our driveway by a snowplow. I know there are some work-from-home people that must have seen her and my son struggling to push it out, and no one came out to help. I'm disappointed, but it won't change my morals and make me a bitter person. You can bet it won't stop me from helping out my neighbors in the future.
I'm not bitter at all.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. As we do every week, Tommy goes first. What are you hearing, buddy?
So I'm hearing a guy that used to live in Nicetown, and now he's living in not so nice town.
Okay, so where is not so nice?
He's a shift guy. Works odd hours.
Yeah.
But he's also a man because he blows his own driveway. He's a shifter and a blower.
A blower and a shifter?
Shifted and a blowing.
Blowing and a shifted.
So he moved from I would say, a working class community.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like he came into a little something and decided to step on up, much like the Jeffersons. He was moving on up.
Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
But he wasn't accepted. He didn't like their kind.
Okay.
So I'm thinking this guy is from the west side and inch to the east side.
I think we're on the same page here.
All right.
Okay, but where is he whining?
So that's the question.
Yeah.
Yes,
that game. It's a whole game. Yeah.
I don't think he went top shelf.
Oh.
I don't think he went top shelf.
I'm curious to see what you think the non-top shelf east side town is.
Oh, I don't think he went top shelf town, east side.
Okay.
I think he went low shelf, east side.
Where's that?
What's the lowest
God, you're
shelf
gonna piss off somebody.
of the east
You
side?
tell me, man.
It's East Rochester.
No, you idiot.
That is the lowest shelf on the east side.
You're an idiot. That was the worst pick you could have made.
Maybe, maybe not.
No, here's why you're wrong. Your own words hurt you here because you've always said that East Rochester is a town that was once on the west side, broke off, and then floated over the east side.
And that's why he went there, because he thought he'd find his people on the east side.
And his people are there.
He was lost in the desert for 40 days.
Well, he's Moses. People, no, that was Jesus.
No, that they both went in the desert.
Well, yeah, 40 days, 40 years.
Wait, he was in 40 years?
Look.
Did nobody bring a map?
People in East Rochester would absolutely blow each other's driveways because you have those
I don't know if they gang blow, man.
No, bro, I'm telling you. And there's a couple of tips here that let us know. He travels for business, high end, works odd hours, which sounds like a shift. It's not shift work, man. That's a guy who's working in other time zones via online.
Oh, do you think he's some like globe-trotting dude?
He's got a snowblower. Those things are expensive.
Yeah, but bro, there's levels of blowers. Ask your mom.
This is top shelf town.
Oh, so you think he went top shelf?
I think he went top shelf town. I could even see him going from the pick you made in East Rochester to this town. He's whining in Pittsford. This is a Pittsford. And here's the thing. I know that Kimmy.
It's obvious as hell.
It's too obvious to not be Pittsford.
And who can afford to move to Pittsford?
This guy?
Nobody can.
A guy who travels internationally for business?
Now you have a. Now who's creating the story where he's doing business in Hong Kong?
If he worked. Okay, would you agree with me? If he works odd hours, he's not doing shift work.
Yes, he could.
Living on the east side.
I say
he's working at the button factory from 11 to 4.
He could be the top button.
That's a guy that's having meetings with business partners in Zurich via his laptop. Pittsford.
I don't know where Zurich is.
Pittsford might be the only town.
He ain't doing no Zurich.
Pittsford might be the only town that is too douchey to help each other out because every other place has kind
I
pockets.
live in Pittsford. I help people.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. Well, that guy died, so I thought I was off the hook.
Okay.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We told you the rules. There is one more rule.
Wait, is another one?
This final one, and this is the most important.
How does this one go?
You're allowed one pick, one guess, in one town. All right? If you are on hold and you hear someone else say your town, you got two options. You can either A, hang up the phone, try again on Tuesday. We will not hate you for it.
Okay.
Or B, pick another town.
Oh.
If we pick up the phone and you go, I was going to say, but then it went, you have been disqualified, and the commissioner has final say. Are we ready to roll?
Let's do it.
All right, let's kick it off with someone who knows what they're doing to give everyone who is on hold,
an
example.
Yeah.
And you know what? She deserves it because she's so dedicated to Where They Whinin' that she has played the game while in the waiting room of her therapist's office.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Got 2 stars.
252-WCMF. Alex, Where They Whinin'?
Alex,
you there? What the hell? I gave her that big.
Sorry. I'm here.
What do you do? What do you
build up for that?
What?
She's the greatest of all
she
time.
knows how it works.
I had it muted in case I was near the radio when you guys answered.
Hey, you should ask your therapist how to work your cell phone. All right, Alex, Where They Whinin'?
I'm gonna go with Fairport this week.
Why Fairport?
I just feel like if you were to move there, it looks super nice, and you might assume that the people there would be super neighborly and friendly, but they might not be as you might expect them to be. And no, I don't know anything really about the town of Fairport.
So you just chucked a dart at the east side and picked Fairport.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a pretty
Before you
deep,
call me a hater.
No, that's a pretty deep take, having not any knowledge of Fairport. We know guys in Fairport, good guys.
So here's the thing about Fairport. Although it is becoming douchey.
It's got
I
wealth.
mean, not nobody can know everything about everywhere.
Well, then why play the game, Alex?
Taking her shot.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's about guessing.
All right, Alex, we got you. Great. That was a great call, Alex. That was a great call. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate it. Bye, Alex. I don't like Alex anymore.
No.
Okay, no. Here's why I think Fairport might be off. For the money that's there now and the government subsidized porches, there is still a community of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
People that know each other and take care of each other. It's got that small town, not douchey feel, right?
Yeah.
Man.
It's quaint.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Gary. Gary, where are they whining, buddy? For God's sakes, Gary, where you at?
The hell happened?
Is everybody muting their phones today? Gary, unmute your phone. I'm putting Gary back on hold.
Right.
Stand by. Hold on. Hold. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Cody. Hey, Cody, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say Gates, and I'm not muted.
Yeah, I know. We can hear your annoying-ass voice. Why Gates, Cody? Why Gates?
So I like the concepts that you're coming up with, but I think that your concept is backwards. I think we're moving out of a decent, kind of richest area, moving into a neighborhood that's a little bit less neighborly.
All right.
The way I'll word it.
Oh, well, no. Go on. Go on, Cody. We're all interested in what you have to say. What do you mean by less neighborly in the town of Gates, Cody?
Well, so I'm not saying there's anything explicitly wrong with gates. There's other neighborhoods I think you could say that about. I'm not going to name names. But I don't know. I just something that's still decent, but just less neighborly than, I'd say, most of the East Side neighborhoods.
Okay, here's why Cody sucks.
Does anybody ever move to Gates?
Yeah, my parents moved to Gates.
Yeah, but I mean, they were in a bad way.
No, they weren't in a bad way.
Like, they never pulled out of their tailspin.
I was going to say, would Gates be empty? Like, if nobody moved to Gates?
Like,
people that live in Gates wouldn't be there. They don't just spawn out of the earth. They had to come from somewhere.
But I don't think you moved there to improve yourself.
Yeah, you do. There are nice places in Gates. Gates is a nice town. And as a
good people.
As a born and raised Gatesian, here's why you're wrong, Cody. Even the dickiest of dicks in Gates, and trust me, I knew some of them when I was growing up. The second you needed help with anything, they were going to get your car out of a ditch. They were going to push it through. They were going to blow your driveway.
They're there to help because they're casing your house.
Duffy, here's the thing. I'm going to counter your point really quick.
Okay.
There's one major problem with people in Gates helping their neighbors with manual labor like their driveway. Every time I drive through Gates, which is every day because I work in Gates, every time I pass the bus stops on 33, every single person waiting for the bus is heavyset.
Okay. Here's how I know Cody
Every
sucks.
single
Here's how
one.
I know Cody sucks. He didn't call it Chilai Ave. He called it 33. I'm on 33? What's the name of the street? Don't know. Only see the sign every 15 feet. Shut up, Cody. You suck. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
And everybody's heavy set.
252. I can't argue that. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're gonna try Gary again.
Okay.
Gary, where are they whining, buddy? Oh my God.
Right.
Gary.
Sorry, Gary.
Gary, we're gonna find Gary. We're gonna put him back on hold. 252
Gary's there
WCMF.
anymore.
Let's talk to Dan. Dan, where are they whining, buddy?
They are whining in Penfield.
Okay, you have been sitting on hold for like 5 minutes, and you just picked a town now?
I couldn't remember what I picked before. I was burning on the way in.
Okay. Dan, why Penfield?
I think he had a dream, and his dream was destroyed when he didn't get his help.
Hey, Dan, despite this being terrible, you are somehow the best call we've
Yes.
taken so far.
He sounds like a
why, thank
depressed
you.
Neil Armstrong.
What would that sound like?
I had a dream, and now it's been destroyed.
Were you trying to do
I know, what?
Well,
Did you pick the
Neil
wrong?
Armstrong.
Did you
I'm doing
pick
something right.
Dan, thanks for the call. I think you picked the wrong historical speech, you idiot. That's one small dream for man, one
Now I've
giant.
been destroyed. I came to the moon, and it sucks.
252 WCMF. Let's get one more before we get a reread. Let's talk to Gary. Gary, where are they whining? Damn it, Gary! Gary!
He might be just effing with us.
All right, we're gonna put Gary back on
All
hold.
right.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Petey, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going Spencerport
Why Spencerport?
because you guys are thinking about this all wrong. It's the wannabe East Side town on the West Side, and it's too obvious to be an East Side town.
Okay, I was thinking the same thing, but look, sometimes it's flush, sometimes it's chalk, sometimes you got to go with your gut, Petey.
Have you ever seen the driveways in Pittsburgh? They're long. People aren't snow blowing; they're getting snow plows.
Ooh. I did not consider that. That's not a terrible take.
You'd rather be.
That's why I have more stars than you, Pat.
Yeah, but
Would you rather be blown or plowed?
Actually, Pete, you're tied right
It
now. I hate
depends
to
on if
break
your
it to
mom's
you.
there, Tommy.
That's what you get. By the way,
Well,
Kimmy,
he did thread the needle.
Kimmy, could you repeat what you just said?
Pete, I know you're not going to love this information, but you and Pat are actually currently tied with four stars each.
Use a bitch.
Well, Pat, I got him before you.
I guess you picked the wrong mom, Petey.
I even got Pat's mom before you got his.
Oh,
so
you
what are
stumbled over the
talking
punchline
Oh.
too, Petey.
Oh.
The Russian judge gives you a 4.
Bad dismount.
I know.
Petey, thanks for the call, buddy. Try again next time. 252 WCMF. Kimmy, can we get a reread for the folks that are
Yes.
just joining us on a Thursday? Where are they whining?
Maybe because I'm new to blank, I was unaware that you guys have different rules here. This is my family's first winter since we moved to, and then names their neighborhood. And I'm a little taken aback by how little people go out of their way to help a neighbor. This was never a problem when we lived in our old house on, and the names where they used to live. Let me explain what I mean. I have a snowblower and I work an odd schedule, so during that first mini snowstorm we got, I was out there early in the morning clearing the driveways of my neighbors on both sides. It's just what you're supposed to do, or so I thought. Not that I expect anything in return. However, when I'm in a bind, I would think it would be common courtesy to exchange the favor. That never happened. And listen to this. While I was out of town on business and we had another decent snowfall, no one stepped up to help shovel out my wife's car, which had been blocked into our driveway by a snowplow. I know there are some work-from-home people that must have seen her and my son struggling to push it out, and no one came out to help.
Weak-ass son.
What's that, man?
Man, push like a man.
You could be like 7.
I know. I don't know how old.
You're not going to have a 7-year-old out there pushing a vehicle. You're a terrible mother.
Well, no, but if you were out there doing it, I heard from a distance, you kind of look like an 8th grader. Go ahead, Kimmy. I'm
He's
sorry.
a soft boy.
They wrap it up.
Girl hands.
I'm disappointed, but
Yeah, but ugly girl hands. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Kimmy hands?
taking shots. I'm disappointed, but it won't change my morals and make me a bitter person.
Morals.
You can bet it won't stop me from helping out my neighbors in the future.
All right, 252 WCMF. Tommy's in East Rochester. I'm in Pittsford. Alex is in Fairport, admitting she knows nothing about Fairport.
Yes.
Cody's in Gates because he drives down 33 every day. It's Child Avenue,
You know,
douchebag.
those heavy-set people.
Dan's in Penfield because he's high. Pete's in Spencerport, the Pittsford of the West Side. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Gary. Gary, where are they whining? God,
No.
he's still gone.
But he's still on
He's
hold.
on hold,
And
but
he's not there.
He's not there. All right, we're going to put Gary back on hold. Let's get some more estrogen in the building.
Oh, all right.
Let's talk to Leah. Leah, where are they whining?
We're thinking that they're whining in Canandaigua.
You said we're. Who are you with?
I'm with my cousin Abby right now,
Okay. How's she doing?
but
I thought she was in jail.
how are you? I'm good. How are you?
Oh, man, I wish I would have.
My God.
What you guys doing over there? Okay, why
Yeah.
Canandaigua, Leah, and Abby?
We both think that they're from Canandaigua because we just used to live in Canandaigua, and there's just a lot of like bitter people like that. Like they just love to go on and post everything, and
Okay.
we understand. Obviously, there's people that like want help, but most people just don't do that.
Okay, so Leah, Abby, we love you right now. I'm going to have to ask Tommy a question. And Leah and Abby, I want you to know, this is with all due respect. Two women in the car. You just heard them both talk.
Yeah.
Over, under, 1/2 a divorce between the two of them.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to take the over on that.
Girls,
What?
how many divorces?
We're one.
Wait, one each or one total?
She said one total. I think.
Yeah,
one
but the other
total.
one's probably teetering, right?
For God's sakes, man. You don't have to be that much of a dick.
There is teetering.
Leah,
Oh my God.
Abby.
God.
No, look, you're like we can't all find love the first time, and
No,
you keep
no,
trying.
no.
You keep trying. Is it Leah or Abby?
Tommy can't
Right.
judge.
That's right.
Which
Abby's the air horn.
which one? Which one's single? I
Well,
can't do it.
actually, funny story. I'm the one who went through the divorce, Leah.
Oh, you didn't call
You
the
don't
shot.
know nothing. Leah, Abby, great to talk to you. Have a good rest of the day. Oh God, it was like every bachelor party we did a comedy
Yes,
show for.
Yes.
Hey, my name's Leah.
Go ahead.
After you.
They just stole Ben's thunder, by the way.
Ben ain't even here, man.
He's
252 WCMF. Well, I don't see him here, but you know what we do have?
Who?
Gary, where are they whining?
Oh, my God.
I am very angry with Gary right now.
I hope he's all right.
I got his phone number, too. We can call him back. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Barber, the old stalwart. Barber, where are they whining, bud?
Maybe Gary's hanging out with that guy Joel from a couple months ago who pulled the same thing.
The fact that you remember that makes me sad for you.
You're scared. Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Greece.
Why Greece?
Because I think the writers, I think his wife was on her way to the Tiny Brights women's sneakers boutique, and the Grease snowplow dry just want to fill in their apron.
Tiny Bright. You get enough more calls.
Dear God, man. It's a callback from a week ago. Barber, great to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Steve. Steve, where are they whining?
I guess I'm going to take a shot in the dark, like with your mother, and go with Victor.
Victor, why Victor?
Well, actually, I live right in that area. And
I believe it.
Seems like that's how the people are there.
Yeah. So everyone's a douche but you and Victor.
No, I'm a douche, too.
Okay. Great call, Steve. Great call. Thank you for the call. 252 WCMF. Let's wrap it up the only way we know
No, he's
how.
back?
With Gary. Gary, where are they whining? I'm legitimately worried for Gary.
I know.
All right, we have no Ben.
Oh, so it is a good day.
We have, well, we'll see. Because
All
we're going
right.
to finish it off.
With who?
James. James, you got the last word. Where are they whining, buddy?
Irondequoit.
Why Irondequoit?
because you got both upscale and lower class communities.
Okay, I think
And
lower
if-
class is a harsh way to put
No,
it. You
but
can
he
say
is right.
working
I mean-
class. Working class?
All right.
Yeah, but lower than the upper.
Yeah.
That's not a derogatory statement.
Lower class is absolutely. If someone looked at you and goes, "You're low class,"
Well, who's standing next to me?
someone upper class,
No, I feel okay.
you'd go, "Oh yeah, you know what? You nailed it there. Thanks for talking to me." I'm sorry, James. Go ahead.
I'm convinced Tommy's lower class, but
You're
that's
convinced?
just me.
All right.
Yeah, guy's got ears. But okay, so you're picking Irondequoit because it's a town of haves and have-nots.
Yes.
Is that? But I always found people in Irondequoit very kind, whether they were the haves or the have-nots.
Not in my experience. Everybody that I've dealt with from Irondequoit, no.
There's that mean older set, bro.
What are you talking
Like,
about?
if you don't look the right way, they snap on
No,
your
but
ass.
bro, even the guy whose wife was making the coffee for the husband, okay?
Mr. Palladino.
Yeah, he was a crossing guard for kids. That's what I
Right.
mean. Like, there's still
But he
kindness.
was also a snapper.
Okay. What, your mom was there?
no.
James?
I mean, they're the same age. They could talk about the war and stuff while he's snapping.
James, we got you for Irondequoit, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. All right. Are we ready?
I am.
Tommy is in East Rochester. I am in Pittsford. Alex is in Fairport. Cody is in Gates. Dan is in Penfield. Pete is in Spencerport. Leah is in Canandaigua. And that was Leah and Abby.
Yeah.
One divorce between the two of them.
The Banger twins.
Sisters, and nobody got that.
You got it.
Yeah.
Because you corrected me.
Because I'm a sad, sad man. Barbara's in Greece with everyone's favorite references from 6 months ago. Steve's in Victor because he's a douche. James is in Irondequoit. Kimmy, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, before we get there. Gary, where are they whining?
It's Jared.
Jared! Oh, my God. I was saying his name wrong the whole time. It was actually my fault.
Oh, my
Jared, I'm
God.
sorry, buddy.
Jared, when you said the last caller, I'm like, wait, I'm sitting on hold.
Jared, I'm sorry. All right, Jared, where are they whining?
Wait, you had all this time.
You've been on hold for 25 minutes, Jared.
Maybe.
Yeah, well, it's going last.
All right,
Going
what do you got, Jared?
Webster.
Webster?
All right.
Oh, he snuck it right in there. Why Webster?
I'm not so sure on the east side. I live in one of the east side towns, and it was actually the first time we were away on vacation. My mother-in-law was watching our house,
Okay.
but one of my neighbors helped her out and came and actually did our driveway.
All right, so, Jared, look, I would like to apologize up front because this whole thing was my fault when I kept yelling Gary in your ear. Like,
Yeah,
we should have
yeah.
had you early on. I apologize. That being said, having been on hold for 25 minutes and finishing everything, this is the most, and all the build-up to talking to you, this is the most disappointing phone call I've ever taken in my life.
I'm sorry.
It's all right, Jared. Try better next time, okay?
At least he didn't
will.
disqualify himself.
Yeah, I was hoping he would. Jared, great to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes electric personality Jared. All right, Kimmy.
Yep.
Let's make it happen.
Ooh.
Webster! Hilton!
I feel good, man.
Irondequoit!
I feel
Why?
good.
You look like hell.
About to take the star lead. You know it, too.
You ain't getting no star.
Good news this week.
Oh!
We have a winner.
It's not one of us because
Nope.
it's never good news
No.
for her.
We didn't bunch, and this person came through. I didn't hear this person's reasoning why, because I was on the phone.
Okay.
But this week, they widen in Penfield.
Damn, Dan, ladies and gentlemen. Dan was a
Danny.
guy that was ripped out of his mind.
Yes. Oh, yeah, he was waking big.
Yeah, super. I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
All right. All right, congratulations, Dan. I believe
with his gut.
It's got to be Dan's first star.
Yeah, there's no Dan on the board.
It's a Thursday star. It's like playing an Amazon Prime game for
Okay.
the NFL. So
All right.
congratulations. And I guess the moral of the story is sit at home, get high, and that helps you win where they whine.
Be like Dan.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got to take a break. We're super late. It's Thursday, and what that means.
Oh, boy. Got to start bitching it out.
That's right. And tomorrow, you have the opportunity to go cheer on, let your team know
Yeah.
how you feel about them.
Mhm.
And it's going to be on national television.
Yeah, all right.
You see this?
Wait.
I'm not talking about the game, stupid. I said tomorrow.
Oh, I thought you were like tomorrow on the show.
No,
Okay.
tomorrow.
Well, how does this work?
I'm going to
This
tell
doesn't
you.
make sense to me,
Okay.
Patrick.
That is, man, between Jared's call and this tease, we're crushing it today. We'll do it next here at the break room on CMF. Oh, I'll tell you later.
I gotta wait.
Sorry. We're super late. Look, we got to get to everything here because I want to have this discussion.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, CMF. It is Thursday. You're ugly, stupid, and everybody hates you. But we want to really hurt someone in the show. We got
What?
Oh, it's your turn.
I'm Pat Duffy. I'm in a rush right now, and I don't want to talk to Tommy right now. I don't want to tell him the secret little thing he was laughing off the air because I'm a secret hiding little bitch. You got a big thing to do when you laugh in a microphone and you leave me hanging.
You're going to love it,
and
too.
you're a bitch.
And it's bothering the hell out
Yes,
of you.
it
We're
is.
going to have to wait like 6 minutes before I tell you.
6 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bitch Voice Theater.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. My Native American name just runs my goddamn mouth all day.
Because.
Bitch.
I've had several friends who've owned horses.
I gotta be comfortable at all times.
You gonna be comfortable?
I live in America. Is where you're supposed to be comfortable. We invented the lazy boy chair for a reason.
My name's Tommy, and I couldn't take a bullet and walk around for 7 hours because I don't like pain, sassy-ass little bitch.
Oh, I'm dumb Duffy. I'm the dumbest man in my house, and I've got 2 dumb dogs that are outpacing me in life because I'm just a dumb little bitch. You're the dumbest person in your house.
So we basically just eloped. You know, we went to the Bahamas, got on the cruise.
Damn.
And we plan on doing a different
I'm not going to say who.
Oh, my name's Tommy, and I'm killing wrestlers, but I'm scared to say wrestlers' names so you can put me in a headline.
I am going with our boss who is in Kansas City. I cannot believe it, but it is happening.
Ooh, King Brown Nose.
Bro.
Well, you must have impressed him enough
Kansas
the
City
first time.
Brown Nose.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
All right, man. Tomorrow's Football Friday. We're gearing up for this game on Sunday, 6:30. Kimmy will be at Bill Gray's in Chi-Li. Go hang out with her. And the city of Buffalo wants all Bills fans to come together to show their pride and get this team off on a plane the right way.
So what are we doing?
Tomorrow morning, the city of Buffalo is hosting a pep rally starting at 6 a.m. on the steps of City Hall.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
And it is such a big deal that the Today Show on CBS,
Come
or is that
on.
NBC?
Kidding.
The CBS, right?
Yeah, with Nate Burleson?
Yeah, they'll be broadcasting live from the pep rally tomorrow
man.
morning.
Wait, Oprah's friend's going to be in Buffalo.
I don't know. I don't know how many, if they're like doing the whole show from there, but someone from the Today Show will be
Okay,
live.
like going live.
Well, it had to be Nate because he's a football player.
Oh, yeah, but he's also like super high
That's not
on
like a
the.
first
He's also
name
got the
base.
coolest jackets in the world.
No, had the coolest jacket. Now a fat guy from Buffalo has that
Oh,
jacket.
yes, that's right.
How you like me now? By the way, he wore that jacket and sat in the front row
Yep.
of the Baltimore game, and it
Power
was
move.
awesome.
With a top hat. He added that in there?
I think the top hat always existed. I think he already had the top hat.
Okay.
It's hard to tell because he's
I don't know.
he's a
Either way it
bosomy
goes.
gentleman. I mean, that's where your eyes go. All right, so
That's a big to do.
it is, and if you live in Buffalo, it's an easier, it's right down the street.
Sure.
I mean,
What?
if you live in Rochester,
You making the trip?
do you go?
Well, you got
Eh.
to work, though.
Yeah, maybe, unless you're cool.
I
Take
think
day
you're
off.
saving it for potential real celebration.
I don't
maybe,
like it.
You know?
It's kind of jumping the gun here.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Yeah. This
Yeah,
isn't
I think
high
people
school.
are superstitious.
I don't think this town needs a pep rally.
Why not?
I mean, it's fun.
I think we're already at pep.
So they did a pep rally before the Ravens game, and they won.
At City Hall?
Yeah, they had these, and they're kids. So I think they were
Yeah.
kids. God bless them. But they had like this dance troupe out there.
Cute.
Yeah. and-
Well, it's kids dancing.
Kids.
I
Probably
say
a high school team. Maybe?
okay. Yeah, it was a little.
Something.
They
What?
did. No, they did a great job.
All right.
Yeah, they did a really great job.
But this is national TV.
Yeah, it's national. Well, the game's national TV. I'm sure
All
this
right.
is CBS promoting
Sure.
having the game on Sunday
Yeah.
night,
Are
6:30.
they showing another one from Kansas City? Like, are they going to, like, duel off here?
I do not have that kind of information. And by the way, who's going to that pep rally if you're in Kansas City? This
Yeah,
is their
they-
7th straight AFC championship. game.
Yeah, true.
I'm assuming that's why ticket prices are dropping in Kansas City this week.
Like,
They-
interest is kind of blasé.
Well, I mean, they started at $400. They're now down to $240, like around $240 to get in the door. Yeah, I mean,
Been there, done that.
yeah. And I mean, look, I want to crap on Kansas City fans, but let's not forget the 4th year the Bills went to the Super Bowl, they didn't sell out the Houston Oilers' greatest comeback game. That game was blacked out. It gets to a point as a fan base where it's like, if it ain't all of it, it ain't nothing.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
High expectations.
So you think we look backwoods and jinxy doing this?
Well, not so much backwoods. It's like more jinxy.
Okay. But you
Yeah.
don't believe in jinxes.
No, but,
But now you do.
well, yeah, kind of. Maybe I'm coming around on your jinx.
Okay. So this could affect your picks tomorrow if you believe this is
Oh.
legitimate
Oh,
jinx.
yeah. You're kidding. I'm going to have to crunch those numbers when I get home.
I feel I'm going to have FOMO tomorrow
After I
morning.
pounded
Yeah.
my 4 scotches.
I got bonus pig. No, because we're gonna have it on here, and I'm gonna wish we were there. I'm gonna wish we were at this pep rally.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. It's
excitement, man. The whole Western New York is electric right
Look,
now.
bro, them flying home with a win, that's the rally.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, no, because
4 o'clock in the morning at the airport, freezing your ass off, getting wind chills.
I'm sure there'll be people out there
getting wind chills.
Wouldn't count it out.
Could it? No, there's definitely gonna be people at
Yeah.
the airport. I mean, I think no matter what happens, there will be
they'll
people.
come.
Yeah,
They
that's
always
probably
do.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you land it, they will come. All right, we come back super late, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow. You finally get to find out the secret.
Ooh.
But I'm going to wait till the show's all the way
No.
over. Next here in the break room. Let's see you, man. That's going to be Rubberoo.
The old hub. No.
Boo,
Thursday,
boo,
Rubberoo.
you suck.
Well, we were off a day. I'm off.
We do where they went in on Tuesday.
I know. Everything's screwed up this week.
I like that.
Big game coming up over here.
A lot going on.
And that's just it. Tomorrow is the most important football Friday we've ever done.
Yes.
We have ever done.
Mm-hmm.
Bills, Chiefs, 6:30, Kimmy, Bill Gray's Tap Room, etc. Tomorrow, Tommy will make the most significant picks
The pressure.
of his prognosticating career.
It's on.
And you know this team very well. We've played them every year for the last however many years. Multiple.
No both talents.
You got it. Tommy tells it like it is. AFC Championship Edition, 7:45. To recap those picks, just after 9.
Yeah.
Our good buddies from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy.
No idea what he's pulling tomorrow.
Oh, I do. This is easy.
I don't think I see Ryan's.
No, you're hoping he doesn't do
Well,
this.
we're the same person.
No,
How is he going to do
you're
an
not.
impression of me?
And
We're
this
the
is what's going to bother you is you're going to actually see how different you two are.
Oh, now he's getting psycho. I promise you, he won't do it. He's too scared. He doesn't have the balls to come in dressed.
man, now
He's
you're
got the
challenging
balls
him,
and he's
though.
got the brawn and he's got the girth. And he's bringing it all to play.
I've seen that kid soaped up. He's more slippery than you think.
I didn't need to see that.
Oh, we shared a room forever. I told you we had
Why
one.
was he soapy in your room?
Well, no, we had one. We had one bathroom, so I'd have to take a dump while he was taking a shower. We've discussed this on the show
Yes,
before.
we have.
And then also tomorrow, other than
Uh.
Tommy's picks and the boys coming in to recap those, the anxiety's at a high.
Yeah.
And I ask one question, 2 words to put everyone at ease. Why not? Why not?
Okay.
And we'll get into that and a whole bunch more tomorrow. Plus, it is a normal Friday, too.
So we got to get a little creepy.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week, the creep cap on CMF. All right, Kimmy is ready to murder both
Yep.
of us.
Mm.
Okay, gee, what do you want from me? We got a lot going on. We had to talk to Gary Jared. For Kimmy, who has come in second place in a Kurt Cobain lookalike contest.
Is that before or after?
Damn it, you took my joke I was going to do on you. You look like a
Because one
corpse.
would improve her hair.
For Tommy Lee also looks like a corpse. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.